are out and you stumble in the dark. You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to are out and you stumble in the dark. You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life feels lemons, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. stronger now than you ever been. You gotta leave now, it's time to catch the wind. You will climb up high and look through the clouds. And when you're feeling low, I know you'll bounce back. Oh, and just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call me. Just call me. Just call me. Just call me.
afternoon, race fans, and welcome to today's iRacing telecast, brought to you by the Army National Guard. I'm your host, Dave Regal, and I'm joined by our expert commentator, Mr. Jordan Brockell, a pair of Phillies fans with you in the broadcast booth today. Today, we're in for a thrilling afternoon of sim racing as the world's best virtual drivers compete for the Checkered Flag. The Army National Guard is proud to sponsor this event, and we're excited to see what these drivers can do behind the wheel. As you know, the Army National Guard is made up of citizen soldiers who serve their communities and our country. And these men and women are always ready to answer the call, whether it's responding to natural disasters or defending our freedom overseas. This afternoon, we're honoring the Army National Guard by bringing you the best of iRacing. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. And thank you to the Army National Guard for their service to our country. Because this afternoon, we'll be with you through it all, from the green flag to the checkered flag, right here on Sim Racing Media. And Jordan, this is a special event for us. I'm pumped. I mean, I've been at it since 8 o'clock this morning, making sure that everything was just in the right position. And here we finally are, ready to watch the first of the qualifying races.
Yeah, and it's always wonderful to be in Daytona, for one, just because no matter what time of year you go there, whether we broadcast in the middle of July, August, or do a cast right in February, it just feels like you're at the Daytona 500 every single time. It never changes, and, I absolutely could cover a million of these races.
Yeah, Daytona is literally my favorite track on our circuit. Of course, it's historic and it's legendary here at the world center of racing. Now, this afternoon, folks, we've got a pretty wild format today. So we've got a few qualifier races that we're going to be doing this afternoon as I pull up that information over here out of the old DMs. As the first and foremost, we need to talk about the format. Now, there's going to be 4 qualifying races here at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock Eastern time. Now, what that's going to mean, and then, of course, our feature race is going to be at 4 p.m. Here in the first qualifying race, it's going to be 25 laps here at Daytona, and that's going to determine who manages to transfer into the feature race. In our first qualifier, we do have a pair of active duty Army National Guardsmen. The first is Gregory Burchett. He's driving the number 42 out of California. We'll get to him once he gets back into the car, as these drivers are qualifying. And here is Burchett, as we're going to get some of this information to you. 78 degrees right now in sunny Daytona Beach, Florida. That track temperature, 104 degrees. That's going to loosen these cars up, and I'm expecting to see that high line really start to shovel some drivers toward the front around this 2.5-mile super speedway, specially designed for the speeds that NASCAR can run. Here, as we take a look at the 42, this is Gregory Burchett. He, of course, is a 15F in the Army National Guard, and I just had that up here on my screen, and there it went. And, of course, here, Gregory Burchett driving the number 42. He is an aircraft electrician in the U.S. Army, so thank you to him for his service. Of course, we're going to be thanking all of our veterans for their service, for providing the freedoms that we sometimes can take for granted, and we want to make sure that we extend our deepest gratitude to those serving in uniform, Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. They do so much for us, and they do wonders. Not only, going overseas, but also being here for the front lines and natural disasters. And, being in the fire department and everything like that, I've worked side by side with National Guard and everything like that through severe blizzards and everything like that. And it's a wonderful thing to see them just drop everything at the drop of a dime and come running.
Without a doubt, as we take a look at Burchett, who's about to finish that opening lap. Now, here's the thing that we're going to see here, and we're going to check in on this momentarily. But Burchett here, as he finishes that first lap, we can see as he qualified, he was on the first lap. He was trying to hug that outside wall. That puts a lot of speed into these cars, and we're going to see him increase that speed for sure in just a few moments. In fact, between our first and second qualifying race, we're going to see a how-to of how to boogie around this place here at Daytona International Speedway. Once again, Dave Regal and Jordan Brockell with you here in the Sim Racing Media broadcast booth. We have a bunch of new viewers we want to check in with. Of course, those of you over on Twitch, thank you for joining us as, of course, a new a new bunch of viewers. And, you know, here's the thing, Jordan. We know no bounds in this sport. You know, we can reach as many people as possible on our regular YouTube.com live stream, and I just tried to spell YouTube when I was trying to type a B. But, you know, we managed to reach a lot of different people in our YouTube.com live chat, and we want to encourage all of you over there in Twitch world to join us over on YouTube. You can subscribe, turn on those bell notifications for us here on Sim Racing Media as we take a look here for the Stateline Showdown Series. Second lap of Gregory Burchett. Now he gets sent on back into 5th position, which kind of unfortunate, at least here in the early goings. But to be fair, it is what it is. Spencer Smith, also one of our participants who happens to be in. He is not in the car at the moment, so we'll wait for him to hop in the car a little while from now, as he's another one of our active duty service members that we want to thank. As we take a look here at Paul Wilkins, he is pulled over. It looks like Kensley Smith. I almost said driver the number 15, but today he is driver of the number 99 Chevrolet Camaro. Kensley Smith, of course, of the Racers Elite Cup Series fame, which, of course, you can tune in on Thursday nights at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time with yours truly at the microphone. I mean, we have a great time on a Thursday. You can catch me on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday in the SNN Family of Racing Series. And then, of course, Thursdays in the Racers League Cup Series. Jordan, we have a lot of activity here on Sim Racing Media.
Oh, absolutely, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these guys work all night long, because, you know, you're going to have to essentially have a game plan for you know, 2 different races, your qualifier race and figuring out, you know, how to keep yourself up front. And then you're going to have the long one later where you're going to have to really decide, you know, your plan of attack for that. Is it stay up front? Is it drop to the back? Is it kind of hang out in the middle in that little bit of a chaos zone? You know, and then you got to think about, you know, who's your teammates, who's your friends, who's going to want to work with you, and, you know, stay on the same pit cycle as you. And it's going to be all kind of like a light switch. As soon as it happens, it's gonna happen, and you need to be prepared.
Without a doubt. And speaking of the Racers Elite Cup Series, here is the chief cook and bottle washer of the Racers Elite Series, Andrew Teft, out of Hope Valley, Rhode Island. Usually joined on the racetrack by his brother, Alex Teft, is out here in the number 6 Ford Mustang this afternoon. And I'll tell you what, I've really had to work on this today, Jordan, that we are in the afternoon, and it's weird because sometimes we can have the sim time be the afternoon, but you look outside your window and it's 9 o'clock at night. Here we are all of a sudden on a Saturday afternoon. This is almost as good as the real thing. Perhaps FS1 needs to be tuned in today and checking out what we have going on, as Andrew Teft is now on that opening lap. James Capper goes 12th fastest here in our opening qualifier race. Parker White about to finish his, and yes, I said White, as kind of like Cool Whip, as he comes past the start-finish line. Parker White going to go 4th fastest on the timing line, as Andrew Teft is about to finish up his first lap here. What are you going to be looking for from these drivers today?
I'm going to be looking for you know, these guys to be kind of aggressive here to start. You know, this race is only 25 laps, and while that sounds, you know, like a lot, with it being a 2-mile track, I mean, it's really not. It's 50 miles, and, you know, they're going to have to be aggressive if they want to get to the front. And, you know, some of these guys here in the back, like Bryce Hunter and Spencer Smith, you know, they're going to have to work really hard to kind of find those windows to move themselves forward. So I look to see a lot of slicing and dicing here early in this qualifying session.
Andrew Teft right now wrapping up his qualifying effort, as he's got about a quarter of a lap left as he comes out of turn number 4, aims back toward the start-finish line as we head on down to go on board with Teft. And as he comes out of turn 4 and into the tri-oval, he's going to hug that double yellow line. That's the out-of-bounds line during racing action. And now Andrew going to go from 17th to 6th fastest. That's going to set him right in the middle of all of this mess that we could potentially see here today at Daytona International Speedway. And I'll tell you what, Jordan, as these drivers get everything ready to rock and roll, we want to thank the Army National Guard for being our partner today. Of course, we're always thankful for what they do for us on the daily, but even more so, we want to thank them for sponsoring us and being our partner today. as we will be operating under their power, that's for sure. Also, we want to make sure that you know that Stateline Showdown Series is partnered with the Army National Guard, and today over on Twitch there are some giveaways there. If you'd like to enter yourself into the giveaways for the sim wheel and pedal set, you can click there and go to !wheel with a capital W. For the shifters, it's keyword entry giveaway, and they're also going to be giving away 4 tickets to the Kansas Speedway, 2 sets of 2, so you can enter the keyword !playoffs. And, of course, myself, Dave Regal, you can find me at Dave Regal _SRM over on X, formerly known as Twitter. And just make sure that you folks give us a follow, because we love being here for you guys, and we know that you guys love tuning in here. On a beautiful Saturday afternoon, as qualifying just about wrapped up here, I see over here my boy Aaron Mack, driver the number 31 in the SNN Cup Series, says, let's go Greg and Spencer. Lee RC60 says, good luck, Racers Elite drivers, my man. And, of course, Aaron Mack tuning in, listening to the sultry tones of my voice. You know what, Jordan, this is really cool. Now, I've been doing this for a while, and I love the fact that, and maybe it's just an ego scratch, but some of these guys that I've either raced with or, have broadcasted, they've really become really more like friends and family than anything.
And I mean, that's what's amazing about, just doing this stuff. Not only do you build a relationship with the people that you work with on each and every broadcast, but you start to build relationships with the people in those leagues, and you want to know their feedback and everything like that. But you also want to have those daily, everyday conversations about sports or work or just literally anything. And you always kind of find the people to attach that with, and it's just a great way to have some camaraderie and everything like that.
Yeah, and I mean, Aaron Mack is one of the drivers that I've either raced with him or broadcasted him over the last 3.5 years. And I mean, just a totally good dude, and I love watching him on the racetrack. Sometimes, like all of us, he gets wrapped up in dumb stuff that's not even his fault. And I think he's definitely going to be one of my favorite drivers, to get into the playoffs, eventually here in the SNN series, and try to make something happen here, because, there's a few drivers, him and, of course, Kavaja Holt, that I feel like I say those names all the time because they're the guys that I'm paying attention to quietly here in the broadcast booth. I'm supposed to be non-biased, but, folks, listen, I'm biased. That's all there is to it. I can't help anything other than that. But looks like we should be wrapping up qualifying here any moment, as looks like everybody in this session, all 17 drivers in qualifier number 1, have gotten themselves qualified here. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in here to the pre-race, as what will happen, just to peel the curtain back a little bit, at the end of this race, we'll be putting up the Be Right Back screen. Of course, there's going to be of course, the how-to coming up as well. And when that happens, we'll make sure that you folks at home are still entertained as we switch sessions here on iRacing, and make sure that everything looks just right as we hit into that next one, as looks like Jacob Wilkerson going to be finished here. It's going to be Jacob Wilkerson on the pole with Kenny Reel on the outside. Brandon Hamill? Ooh, that's a hard one. Parker White, Eddie Kerner, Andrew Teft, Graham Bolin. Kensley Smith going to be starting in 8th. Austin Hund in 12th. James Capper in 13th. Bryce Hutter going to be starting in 16th, and Spencer Smith in 17th, as we wait for the time to run out here. We're going to step aside and pay some bills here on Sim Racing Media. I'm Dave Regal. He's Jordan Brockell, and we'll be right back here on Sim Racing Media.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's going to happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. we invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's going to get a little chaotic, so we're going to go through what's going to happen this weekend with this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. See, a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I can show you. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one.
I turn that off so I don't hear it during the broadcast.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway, where we have advanced the session as we had a little bit of a hiccup there. Folks, if you're in the race and you can hear me, you're going to need to just bear with us during those times, as it looks like all of these drivers finally ready to hop into the old race cars. Let's take a look at the starting grid here, as we were just talking about it a moment before. On the front row and in pole position from Paintbrush Racing is Jacob Wilkerson. He's going to be joined on the outside by Kenny Reel, driver of the 011. Row 2 going to feature Brendan Meal in the number 40, and on his outside will be Parker White in the 53. Keep an eye here on row number 3, as Eddie Kerner going to be joined by Racers Elite Cup Series Chief Cook and Bottle Washer Andrew Teft out of Chicken Coop Racing, driving the number 6. Graham Bolin and Kensley Smith, driver of the number 99, going to be in row number 4, while Josh McDougall and Christian Light going to hold things down in the starting top 10 in row 5. Row 6 going to be Paul Wilkins and Austin Hund as we get ready to rock and roll, while row 7 going to feature James Capper and Cameron DeLeon. Gregory Burchett going to be in the 42 car, sitting on the inside of row number 8, with Bryce Hunter on the outside of row number 8, driving the 9 car. Starting shotgun on the field is going to be Spencer Smith in the number 56, as all of these 17 drivers are ready to take the green flag. Looks like Kensley Smith is considering perhaps starting from the rear of the field. Just kidding. He hopped into the race car just in time as we get ready to rock and roll. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, as all 17 of these drivers have now gotten themselves lined up here. Of course, the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson in that STP 43, and I'll tell you what, Jordan, that looks like one heck of a race car.
Oh yeah, it's nice and classic, and it really speaks to me. What I loved about NASCAR is the paint schemes used to be so much more wild, in my opinion, and vibrant, a lot more vibrant.
Yeah, I feel like once upon a time, when these cars came through, it really did look like a rainbow as they flew past us.
Oh, well, I mean, being a fan of the 24 back in the day, that was a real rainbow flying by you.
The iRacing.com pace car leading us off a pit road as all of these drivers are ready to rock. We want to thank the Army National Guard for sponsoring us today and being a partner here in this racing series as they start to rumble by these 4 turns here at probably, if Indianapolis is the most famous racetrack in the world, this is at least a close number 2, if not tied for first.
I mean, for me, it's my, like, I think it should be the most infamous and the favorite of the country, because I mean, one, it signifies the start of the season. It signifies the start of a 36 race journey that you get to have throughout the year. And this is also the place where the Intimidator became the Dominator, and won several races, more than we can even name, including the Daytona 500. So to me, it's a much more special track than any other track on any given Sunday.
Yeah, I cannot agree with you more as, of course, we can look from far across. I mean, this place is just the side of enormous. Picture the largest place you've ever been and then multiply it by 50. I mean, this place is just downright huge as they work their way through turns 3 and 4. Of course, you'll get to hear your traditional Dave Regal call to green later on today during the feature race. But for right now, we see the iRacing.com pace car getting ready to peel on down pit road. As the drivers are ready, everybody checking their gloves, making sure that everything is just right. As we see the iRacing.com pace car peel on down pit road, we enter the Geico restart zone. The green flag is in the air, and off we go in qualifier race number 1.
Yeah, and you see getting a nice little bit of a jump, but the 11 fighting back on the outside just to stay a little bit even with him. Going to see a lot of side drafting tonight, too. I say tonight like we're broadcasting at 9 o'clock at night like we usually do, but you're going to see a lot of side drafting today as these cars are very aero dependent, and, you know, they really rely on every bit of air that you can get.
Riding along here on board with Parker White, looking back at Graham Bolin in the Army National Guard, number 48. And these drivers are not even up to full speed yet. It takes about 2 laps until they all get themselves kind of worked into a good groove here at Daytona. And quite frankly, you can't really expect that much more out of these guys because, I mean, there is a lot going on, you know, all things considered, as we start to work our way here. And Kenny Rio going to get credit for leading lap number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, to go to what you said about a lot going on, there's a ton of stuff going on. I mean, imagine being on a 2-lane highway like 95, instead of having 3-4 lanes, just having 2 lanes going 190 mile an hour and having to try to find your way through traffic.
Yeah, I mean, listen, right now what we're going to be watching is which one of these lines is going to start to really come in here. As we take a look, we have Eddie Kerner right in the middle of the field here in the 98. He's just ahead of Josh McDougall in the 45. They're all in a nice organized pack right now, and all 17 of these cars, if one person loses the draft, that could be it. As right now, Greg Burchett here in the 42, he is probably one of those drivers that's most at risk right now, as well as Spencer Smith. And Smith just ran the fastest lap of the race at 46.23 seconds as he's drafting his way just behind Gregory Burchett. The thing is, you don't want to be up here where James Capper is, where, you know, you're starting to lose some of the ground there on the 39 in front of you as he starts to draft his way a little bit closer here. And all of a sudden, we're going to start to see this top line become a feeder line once they come up to full speed, and they're just about there. All of a sudden, that top line, you're going to have a ton of speed up there. They're going to launch themselves in front of the low line. And the question becomes, and I ask this all the time, are you going to bring along your drafting partner, or are you going to drop down and fend for yourself? As right now, it looks like Kenny Reel wants to bring along Parker White in the 53. So maybe he's waiting until Parker can clear the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson on the low side.
Yeah, I always feel like I need to bring along whoever's helping me, teammate or not, because I don't want them to dip me later, you know, because it's going to sit in that memory bank. You know, even though we're only 4 laps in to a 25-lap race, he's going to remember that, you know, coming to the white flag, he's going to choose to definitely drop you and try to go around you. Whereas he might have a little bit of a hesitation to where he might want to help you if you do bring him along with you.
As we take a look here, we're waiting to see what happens. Wow, all of a sudden the 43 just dove up in front of Brendan Emile. And as Brendan now pushes him down, it leaves the 38 kind of off on his own for the time being. Let's ride along with the 38. I'm sorry, the 98 on the low side. And it looks like the 98 may be having a connection problem. As we ride along with Eddie Kerner right now, we can see the 53 of Parker White, that Duracell machine, getting a lot of speed. And all of a sudden, they've decided that the high side is where all that speed is locked up. And they're going to ride that like a cheap horse on a Friday night, that's for sure. As now we're going to go on board here with the 11 of Kenny Reel, looking back here to Parker White. And that distance, it doesn't look like it's that impressive right now, but they are locked together like Gorilla Glues between these two cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be what it takes to really keep this line in check. And out front is being nose to tail, but also minding that temperature and everything. so you don't overheat and, cause yourself any kind of engine failure and everything of sorts. And I know this is a little bit of a weird segue, but I'm pretty sure that 33 of James Capper, I want to say he's got that thing done up like a Honda. And I don't know if it's just my eyes or if I'm crazy.
Let's take a closer look here at Capper's car, because you may be right. I saw something a little strange earlier, and it's not a Honda per se.
It might just be the graphic, but I felt like I saw the Honda front grille. No, it just might be the
Toyota.
team.
It's just a wild-looking Toyota. Speaking
Right.
of wild-looking, we want to take a quick peek here at the 56 of Spencer Smith. And, wow, okay, there it goes. Spencer Smith here in the Army National Guard, number 56 Toyota Camry. And, we want to thank him for his service. He is a cyber operations specialist in the U.S. Army, so we thank him for his service, for being a 17 Charlie. Of course, earlier we talked about Greg Burchett, driver the number 42. And, we just want to make sure that we salute those drivers who are out there serving our country and, of course, keeping us safe here at home. We thank you for your service, because without folks like that, you and I can't sit here on a Saturday afternoon in gym shorts and a T-shirt watching some of the finest racing in the world, and it's not even in real life.
Yeah, I mean, just think about, anywhere else in this world you could be just hung out to dry and just have to fend for yourself every single day and not have that comfort of sitting, like you said, down wherever you are in gym shorts watching virtual race cars go around a virtual track.
Well, and these drivers have plenty of skill, and I mean, we've seen that from start to finish here in so many different races on our servers, and we cannot be more proud of what they're able to do here on the racetrack. And of course, we want to welcome all of our new fans, of course, tuning in to us live here on Twitch. Thank you for tuning in. And if you are watching over on Twitch, just remember that Stateline Showdown Series, partnered with the Army National Guard, has some giveaways available for you folks today. If you want to enter for those giveaways, here's a couple of keywords. You can go for the sim wheel and pedal set, you can type !wheel with a capital W. For the shifters, the keyword entry is giveaway. And they're also giving away 4 tickets, 2 sets of 2, to Kansas Speedway using the code !playoffs. And we want to thank them thank the Army National Guard for, of course, sponsoring us and being our partner here. As we work with 16 laps to go already, Jordan, this race is ripping past, and it has been cleaner than clean so far, as Jacob Wilkerson in the 43 is the Pied Piper of Nova Road right now as he drops down. He's actually racing this thing like the last generation of stock cars we had, actually 2 generations ago, where you could drift between the high line and the low line and take everybody's momentum away. It seems like Wilkerson has figured out how to boogie around this piece.
Yeah, and I mean, that definitely works with today's car. Not as greatly as before, but with these things being as aerodynamic or aero dependent as they are, changing the air slightly changes how that car handles and rides, and it's going to still upset it in some sort of way to have air put on it and taken off of it consistently.
Watching these guys as we sit here on the cameras, this is just this side of exciting to watch. I mean, they're moving so fast that I can't even click fast enough to change these cameras. As we head down the back chute, I mean, right now we're looking at speeds in excess of 190 miles per hour as we go to Jacob Wilkerson, 198, and touching 201 before we head into turn 3.
Yeah, and it's honestly crazy, because most of the racing that looks like I can't see the number right now. That white car, 4th in line on the bottom, looks like he got a little loose coming off the corner. The 96 car of Christian Light. But I'm used to seeing cars go 200 mile an hour in a straight line. These guys are going 200 mile an hour and trying to make a left turn at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you're hauling it off into one of these turns. I mean, first of all, you're on crazy amounts of banking. Nothing is flat, really. And most of that is just to keep the car inside the track, as Cameron DeLeon just lays down fast time of the race at 45.71 seconds. We've had a couple of drivers go sub 46, but 45.71 fast time right now. as these drivers now look to just about hit the 200 mark when they come back through the front stretch here in the tri-oval.
Yeah, and this tri-oval can even be a little tricky. It's not as much banking as the corners, but there is still a banking to it. And it almost feels like the car gets light going through that tri-oval, certainly on the bottom end. It looks like the 39 having a little bit of an issue there. But going through the tri-oval, they do get a little light, in my opinion. And you kind of have to fight that instinct to turn it back to the right a little bit, because then you'll end up shooting yourself up into the guy out to your outside.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at the 39 in the CMQRoofing.com Ford Mustang. He now trails Austin Hood by about 3/10 of a second, or I'm sorry, leads Austin Hood by about 3/10 of a second, and he's going to have to get himself back up there. Wow. As it appears that Bryce Hunter here in the 9, of course, from the Racers Elite Cup Series, he just slid back into line. Guys are starting to slip slide around here. It's not necessarily tire grip, but it's guys trying to get themselves into the best position to try to start sliding forward. I mean, even as we widen things back out here, we're mostly single file until we get here in the back, and this is where the problems are going to begin if they don't get themselves all lined up. Here's Paul Wilkins in the 1 machine on the high side, and now Wilkins trying to lead the 42 of Greg Burchett, and whoa, easy. If you get into a space like that, like Spencer Smith just did, bad things are going to happen. As now drivers are going to come down pit road, we're going to have green flag pit stops here at Daytona International Speedway. That's going to cycle Andrew Teff to the race lead as Brandon Neal, Parker White, Graham Bolin, Eddie Kerner, and Austin Hood all come down. Let's ride along with Parker White and see how this pit stop is going to go. 11 laps left here at Daytona International Speedway as Parker White slides into the pit box. We can see that right side about to pop up. Nope, he is going to just get fuel. A fuel-only stop for Parker White.
Yeah, just filling it fuel with fuel to get them to the end and go from there.
Sounds like a whole lot of these other drivers are getting ready to come down pit road, led by Andrew Teft and Kensley Smith, both of them from the Racers Elite Cup Series, as now they stay out, just the pair of them together. That's going to put James Capper at a major disadvantage here in the 33, as he's going to have to really pedal hard to keep up with Cameron DeLeon, Spencer Smith, and Greg Burchett here in the 39, 56, and 42.
Yeah, and that's going to really hurt Capper. He's going to have to really push this thing on exit to even hope to have any kind of saving grace there.
10 laps to go, and Andrew Teft and Kensley Smith think that they know something that we don't. So let's see what happens with these two drivers. I'm really curious to see what they think is going on, or if the two of them are just comfortable enough to know. And here they come down pit road.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys race together weekly, so I'm certain they have an idea for themselves to work together. Maybe even they can get lucky. Capper comes out with them, and he can just kind of be that third car just to kind of give them something.
I'm watching these other drivers now. They're just about to come into turn number 4. So it's going to have to literally be a splash of fuel and go, and it is, as Teft and Smith come off of pit road. Now, here's the disadvantage that they now are going to be at. They're here kind of puddling along here, and the rest of the field is about to blow their doors clean off.
Yeah, you can see them come through that tri-oval just in the distance, and you can hear them now flying up to them. They're going to have to hope to be able to get enough speed to tag along to any of these little packs that have started, and maybe even try to get in front of these guys and kind of hold them up just a touch. But not going to work there. They definitely get doors blown off there, but maybe that second group they can get together with and work with.
As we come into turns 3 and 4 once again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in here on the YouTube.com live chat, over here on Twitch as well. If you're watching us on Twitch, you're more than welcome to come on over to YouTube and subscribe and turn on those bell notifications for here at Sim Racing Media. Of course, we just crested 4,000 subscribers. We know that, of course, the Stateline Showdown Series Twitch page has about 7,000 viewers. So if you guys could come on over and share some of your subs with us, we would greatly appreciate that. You
see here now at the front, just a little 4-car breakaway. About 2 seconds off of the 43 of Wilkerson. And, you know, these guys, if they can stay nose to tail as hard as possible, they're going to be able to make some ground. And you see the 11 giving a shot to the 43 there.
And here they come out of turn 4 as we take a peek from high above the racetrack with 8 laps to go. Jacob Wilkerson leading that second group right now. White, Meal, and Bolin, 1, 2, 3 they go as we take a peek at them as well. And the question's going to be now with 7 laps to go, when do you make your move and when do you start trying to bring in that hay to the barn?
It's one of those things that changes each and every race. It's you don't know what works until until it works. And, you know, sometimes getting out front, you know, coming to the white flag and holding that lead and playing, you know, the defense as well as the, you know, Super Bowl 50 Denver Broncos, you can find your way to win, but then sometimes you got to wait until right here, that turn 4 exit, to really start making that move and pop out. But, you know, it, like I said, it changes every single race that you run here at Daytona, and you don't know until you know.
Taking a look here at Greg Burchett, he's kind of running all by his lonesome here, just ahead of Austin Hund and Cameron DeLeon. Parker White, though, our race leader, that's the story for the time being, just ahead of Brandon Hamiel. And on the podium right now would also be Graham Bolin here in the 48. We've got a little bit of a tutorial coming up from Graham Bolin in just a few minutes. But first, we've got to get our way to the end of this race. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. As always, Dave Regal and Jordan Brockel with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth, as that's not the button I wanted. As we want to thank all of you for being a part of our show today. Now suddenly breaking out into what was possibly a second line was the 40 of Brendan Hamiel. And wow, here they come. Jacob Wilkerson leading the charge. Let's go on board with him as he gets ready to really zone in here on these leaders. They slide right on past Eddie Kerner, and they're ready to strap on the hairnet and serve lunch to Parker White.
Yeah, Kerner was like trying to get down and get a piece of this and be a part of this train, but Wilkerson just put his nose in there and basically didn't give him the room and said, "I don't care if you want in here. I'm not taking you."
No, and all of a sudden, the 48 of Graham Bolin just slid right in front of Jacob Wilkerson, and Wilkerson here in the 43 had to back off and check up just a little bit, so quite a defensive move from Bolin as now Parker White, our race leader, comes across the line here. We're going to be three laps to go next time by here with 4 to go, and suddenly going single file is the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson.
Yeah, and you can see there that move that the 48 pulled to, you know, jump in front and kind of check the 43 up. They lost a ton of momentum and lost everything that they had gained on that run.
4 laps to go, and Parker White is your race leader here. He's just ahead of Graham Bolin and Brendan Hamiel. This is going to be our battle for the lead as we get ready to come to the checkered flag. As we come out of turn number 4, we're going to be 3 laps to go here at the line.
Yeah, and right about now is when I would imagine that, you know, the 43 of Wilkerson would probably start to look to make another move, because, you know, if he waits too long, he's going to have those other cars right in front of him also trying to make a move at the same time, you know, to pull off a win. So these guys back here in the back, the 43, the 11, the 45, like all those guys are going to have to start thinking about moving relatively soon here.
Parker White leads us right now in the Stateline Showdown Series qualifier number 1 at Daytona International Speedway, live on Sim Racing Media, streaming on Twitch and YouTube.com. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. The popsicle sticks go in the air, and we're 2 laps to go.
Yeah, business is picking up. You see a lot of those guys in the back really starting to kind of linger a little lower.
Yeah, right now as they start to peak down there, the question is, do they have the momentum? And it looks like the 98 of Eddie Kerner poked his nose out. He wanted to know if he could get the 96 of Christian Light to come along, and he cannot for the time being. And right now it's White, Bolin, and Hamiel as they come into turn 3 and make that rotation into 4. All of a sudden we see the 48 locked onto the bumper of the 53.
Yeah, and don't look now. Teft found his way up into this group and fighting forward and was about to blow by him, but it looks like the sorry
Here
about that
comes
noise.
the
I
separation.
can't help it.
Oh, God. 3 laps to go. The popsicle sticks go down. I'm sorry, not 3 laps. 3 wide. The popsicle sticks are down. The white flag is in the air, and we're racing back to checkers. Parker White leads us out of turn 2 one final time in this first qualifier race at Daytona International Speedway. And Parker White, with full control of the field, all of a sudden sees the 43 getting ready to make the move. The 43 of Jacob Wilkerson looks to the inside. Now he's being pushed along by the 99 of Kensley Smith. They're going to be side by side coming back to the start-finish line. All of a sudden, the 48 throws it down. Graham Bolin getting the push from the 40, and Brendan Hamill, the 53, gets sent up the racetrack, and Graham Bolin wins the opening qualifier race here, followed by Brendan Hamill and Parker White in the 53. Eddie Kerner, Josh McDougall, Jacob Wilkerson, Kensley Smith, Christian Light, Andrew Teft, and Bryce Hunter round out your top 10, while Paul Wilkins, Kenny Reel, Austin Hund, Gregory Burchett, Cameron DeLeon, James Capper, and Spencer Smith make up the rest of the 17 drivers who took the green flag. Wow.
And I got to give it to the 11 there, too. I don't know how he hung on to that. That thing was sideways, wobbling, and, in this car, it's not easy to save. So I want to give, some props to him for that.
Absolutely. Well, folks, we're going to step aside right now here on Sim Racing Media. We're going to get our sessions changed, and of course, at least for some of us, a sweat rag is definitely in play. So we want to thank you for tuning in on race qualifier number 1. Stay right here as we're bringing you all of the action from the Stateline Showdown Series on Saturday afternoon.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's gonna get a little chaotic, so we're gonna go through what's gonna happen this weekend at this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. See, a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work. Both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But it's really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force it off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it. They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Trish on the bottom.
Bouchard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's going to get a little chaotic, so we're going to go through what's going to happen this weekend with this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. See a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that, neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnering with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like, I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving our race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage run, and he's still up there, so we're doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with a right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You'd think they'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting ourselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And, like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1,500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway, where so far we've seen some incredible racing here in the Stateline Showdown Series. Now Dave Riegel here and Jordan Brauchel are joined by one of our finest colleagues here at Sim Racing Media. He may be special to you, but he's our friend to us. His name is Alan Bergen, and he, of course, of another Racers Elite Cup Series famous driver, now joins us here. Speaking of which, gentlemen, we just saw Truth Hoke lay his time down, but here's my pick. at least here for qualifier number 2, Aaron Mack, driver the number 31 in Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series action, is out here in the Cup car in the U.S. Army number 31 Chevrolet Camaro. Gentlemen, it's time for race number 2.
Yeah, and I'm looking very forward to this as well. Another big group of people. See Truth Hoke in this. Aaron Mack, as you had stated, guys that I'm familiar with, and if it's anything like the first race, we're definitely going to see a lot of action and a lot of slipping and sliding and pushing every little button that we can possibly push.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited about this one here, Dave. I had to go do husband things early this morning, but now I get to be one of the guys that's come hang out with you guys and for a little while, and we're going to talk about the big things that we got going on here at Sim Racing Media, and of course, not to take away from the race, but we have a lot of huge things going on. So stay tuned for that and the original content that's going to come down the pipe.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you had that on your bingo card that Alan had to actually go do husband things today, raise your hand. I didn't. Quite frankly, we all know that Alan eats, lives, sleeps, and breathes Sim Racing Media. Usually his wife just sends him down to the racing room so he gets out of her hair, but today he had to go out and do some real-world things, but we're glad that he's with us now as we take a look here at Brandon Sox in the 312 Chevrolet Camaro, and he's got that Hooters logo on the front hood here, and he finished here on the outside of row number 1. Drew Jua, wow, that's a hard one. I'm going to stumble over that at some point, but Drew Jua here in the Nexus number 38 now goes 11th fastest on his opening lap. Let's ride along with him here on board for lap number 2.
Yeah, and you can see him hugging that yellow line. And he'll hug it throughout the entirety of this lap here to get every bit of that short lane. And as I say that, he moves up towards the middle a little bit there.
Yeah, he's going to use some of that momentum here to swing out just to the middle. That's actually a Barrett Coffee move that I had learned a couple of years ago. That gets you just enough momentum to increase that speed, and it allows for a better entry here into turns 3 and 4. And as he rolls out of turn 4, he can see the entry to pit road. He can see the flag stand just ahead of him. Drew Jua, oh, I'm going to screw that one up, hugs the yellow line on the apron and goes 5th fastest on the timing line as the Woodstock native goes 5th fastest. Now we can go along here and see Bryden Lindauer here in the number 20. We want to thank all of our service members. Of course, our race today brought to you by the Army National Guard. As we get ready to rock and roll here for our second qualifier race, we want to thank everybody for tuning in both on Twitch and, of course, on our Sim Racing Media YouTube channel. Of course, so many new eyeballs on us. We want to thank all of you for welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. Here in qualifier number 2, we're going to be featuring Alan Blue, driver the number 23, and Aaron Mack, driver the number 31 out of Kansas himself, as each of them are, of course, veterans and actively serving in the Army National Guard. And, of course, these gentlemen, well, these men and women, of course, all gentlemen today here with us, are all, we very, very much appreciate them. Wow, suddenly I can't talk very well. But Alan Blue here is a 12 Bravo MOS, and that makes him a combat engineer. That has to be the toughest job in the world, my opinion. Aaron Mack, driver the number 31 out of Kansas, Fort Riley, Kansas, that is. I don't even have to look. I've done this for so long. But Aaron Mack is a 91 Papa, and that makes him a self-propelled artillery systems mechanic in the U.S. Army. So we thank both of those drivers for their service to our country. And, of course, we do see Dylan Dreiling. And, folks, I'm going to let's see if I can find Aaron Mack floating around here. I know he's always good for a chat. And watch, now I'm never going to find him.
Isn't that how it always goes?
Every time. Yep, he's not there. Just kidding.
You see him sitting there, and then all of a sudden they're gone.
He gone.
Adios.
Well, needless to say, it's still... Oh, this just in. Oh, for crying out loud. My phone doesn't even know my... It's I got to look it up, Alan. Folks, sometimes people just interrupt you. He's like having a child who wants something from the lunch counter.
Hey, and believe me, I know exactly what that's like. And most of the time they just point to the cabinet, and you have to point at every single thing in the cabinet and learn that there wasn't anything in the cabinet that they wanted to begin with.
Yeah, use your words, Alan, and it's ARNG.
Thank you.
In fact, Alan, if you check right now, I'm going to send you the old file over. That way you've got everything that we do, because, of course, we are nothing but the best here. Here in qualifier number 2, we want to take a quick peek here as we go high above the racetrack. 78 degrees once again here at Daytona International Speedway for qualifier number 2. The interesting thing here is that track temperature. Holy Christmas, you can cook an egg. It was 129 during qualifying. It's now 104 degrees as we get ready to grid up here at Daytona International Speedway. Dave Regal, Alan Bergen, and Jordan Brockell with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. Let's take a look at our starting grid as Adam Garza going to be here on the pole position. He's going to be joined on the front row by Dylan Dreiling as Brandon Sock's going to start on the inside of row number 2. Kevin King is going to join him on the outside in the 29 machine, while row 3 going to be held down by Sean Pellig and Nathan Fuller. Drew Jua and Michael Mooney going to be in row number 4, while rounding out your starting top 10 in row number 5 is Brant Banstra and Bryden Lindauer. Ryan Bailey and Aaron Mack, driver the number 31, going to be in row number 6, while row 7 going to feature Truth Hoke, which it's going to be hard for me not to say the 55, but Truth Hoke here on the inside of row number 7 alongside of Joseph Hendricks, while Alan Blue and Aaron Smith start in row number 8, and shotgun on the field is going to be Doug Newbigging. That's going to be a hard one. I'm going to trip over that one at least 6 or 7 times. But, gentlemen, we now get ready to go racing here in heat number 2, essentially heat number 2, but it's the second qualifier of the day. What are we looking for here, Jordan, as you and I just got to sit through that first one, and what a banger it was?
Yeah, and I'm looking for a lot of the same, where we're going to see a lot of the guys from the back really trying to push, find their way to the front, and, gathering up as many, friends and possible teammates that they can to, make that pit stop so much more, flawless and keep everything in a single line. As you saw there, some of the smaller packs that came out were, run down by the slightly larger pack. So just keeping the numbers as high as you can and, keeping yourself up front to get through is going to be a big vital piece today. Keep saying night.
It's a reflex. I get it. Believe me, Alan looks better at night.
I look better with the lights off. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what your wife told us. We had an intervention.
Lights off, and the sleep mask on.
We had an intervention. We had to speak with her. Adam Garza going to lead us to the green flag here as we work our way down the back chute. We want to thank everybody for joining us on Twitch. There's a couple of giveaways coming your way as the cars are going to be entering Turn 3. We'll check out those giveaways a couple of times through this particular race. And since we have the time right now, we want to welcome everybody in. Make sure that if you want to get that sim wheel and pedal set, enter the code !wheel. Then, of course, the shifter giveaway is the keyword entry giveaway. And, of course, the third is 4 tickets to Kansas Speedway, 2 sets of 2, enter !playoffs. And, of course, you can follow all of us on Twitter. You can check out @DaveRegal_SRM on Twitter. But right now, what you need to be checking out is this field moving down the front stretch as we come here into the tri-oval. Adam Garza with control of the field. The iRacing.com pace car is off. And all we have to do is strap in and get ready for qualifier number 2.
Yeah, and again, just like in the first race, you see them really kind of tight knit there on the bottom, a little bit of separation up top, but the leader of the outside still sticking with the front runner in the low line.
Just as you mentioned in heat number 1, Jordan and Dave, you guys are going to need your friends. It's called cooperation. But if you recall, we got to see a race in real life back in the late 90s, as we got all kinds of trouble coming down that back straightaway.
My. The 312 was loose. We were riding along with him, and we stay green flag racing. Let's take a look here and see what happened with Kevin King, as that may have been where all of this broke out. We stay green flag racing. That's the important part to remember. But
I also noticed something happened to Truth Hoke as well on that.
Let's watch this. Somebody, the 88 went to split it. That's Michael Mooney. Went to split it 3 wide. The 8 got a little nervous and up into the 29 of Kevin King. And boom went the proverbial dynamite. As we go back live here, Dylan Dreiling, now your race leader. He's kind of all by his lonesome up here, being pushed around by Michael Mooney in the 88, who just split everybody and their cousin like a bagel on a Saturday morning. My God.
Yeah, but on the outside, you can see that 24 being shoved along by the 38 directly behind him of Drew Jua.
I'm telling you, we're going to start saying Drew Jua, and it's going to be backwards. Drua. Oh, wait. It's the same either way.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Drew Jua has set the fastest lap of the race. But, I was kind of curious as I was listening to the Heat 1 there, why no one ever pulled off the old Jeff Burton strategy, wait till the very end to come down pit road and just clutch it right across the line and win it.
I'm watching here. Can't see who this is. I think that's Sean Pellig here. He's being scored in the 3 car, but is painted like the 17. And it appears right now that he has wanted to slide way back into 10th position. That opens the door for Drew Jua to get the fastest lap of the race once again at 46.64 seconds. And now Ryan Bailey goes even faster at 46.5 seconds flat. Nathan Fuller, your race leader here in the 24 machine. He leads Drew Jua 4 laps in here in the Stateline Showdown Series. Dave Regal, Jordan Brockel, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Sim Racing Media broadcast booth. We want to thank our partner, the Army National Guard, for supporting us and getting this race aired today. We want to thank everybody for tuning in over on Twitch and, of course, here on the youtube.com live chat of Sim Racing Media. We want to thank everybody as the big dog Shane Lake checks in with Parker White as a fellow maniac. Oh, my. And Harry DeLeon says DeLeon is pronounced Deleen. Okay, thank you. Deleen.
Well, now that we've got that out of the way.
Well, somebody had to do it.
Yeah, that's the one thing I like about YouTube. If you're wrong, they will make sure you know it.
I need them to tell me.
I've never been right on YouTube.
I've never been wrong anywhere.
Got caution on the racetrack.
First caution of the day here. Let's see what might have brought this bad boy out. We weren't expecting to see the yellow flag, that's for sure. But here it is, and this may be involving Sean Pellig. Watch the 17 machine. Oh, the deuce rubs the wall. Oh. Oh, my. Well, that's not going to make anybody happy. Let's take a ride along here on the nose of the deuce. That's Ryan Bailey, who got up into the wall. Couldn't hold it together. Listen to that throttle wide open. He got tight, and rather than try to back out, I mean, he didn't really have a place to back out of it, but good God. Let's check this one more time from Pellig. No fast repairs in this league, so this may be a race ender for some of these guys. The rub of the 2, Pellig goes low, and that's all she wrote. So with 20 laps to go, we're here under our first caution of the afternoon between these first 2 races. We want to thank everybody for tuning in. And as we do that, we're going to step aside and pay some bills here on Sim Racing Media as we hear from the Army National Guard.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnering with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like, I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast to race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving all race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage run, and he's still up there, so we were doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with the right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You'd think they'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting themselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. Dave Regal, Jordan Brockell, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. 18 laps to go in qualifier race number 2 here at Daytona as Nathan Fuller leads the way here with Josh Dreiling, Drew Jua, Aaron Smith, and Joseph Hendricks, your top 5. Right here on Sim Racing Media. You can catch us over here on YouTube.com, of course, on Sim Racing Media. Make sure that you subscribe, turn on those bell notifications so that you can be notified every time we go live here. And Jordan, I know that you pay attention over on Twitch. What are those digits there?
Yeah, so we're over there on Twitch right now under Pioneers GG. Catch us there. I believe they're also doing that wheel giveaway as well. Exclamation point wheel to get in on that.
Yeah, you can check out all of those giveaways over on Twitch, of course. Thank you for reminding me of that. As the wheel and pedal set is exclamation point wheel, the shifters are keyword entry giveaway, and they're also giving away 4 tickets, 2 sets of 2, using the code exclamation point playoffs. We want to thank all of you for tuning in, as of course we want to pay special attention to Alan Blue and Aaron Mack, both active duty in the Army National Guard. We thank them for their service. And speaking of service, we thank the pace car driver for dropping down pit road and getting out of the way, because as we get back, green flag racing, all of a sudden Nathan Fuller pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and he's got to watch not to get out there too far, because he's going to get flown by looks like the 38 of Drew Jua goes up top to try to leave him out to dry, but the 24 seeing that, Nathan Fuller popping up there, mostly single file on that outside line.
And the 38 of Drew Jua is absolutely harassing Nathan Fuller as he just gave him a full shot right to the rear bumper, Alan.
Yeah, and these guys are coming down that back straightaway. Like you guys said, single filed out in the 38 cars. And Drew, Nathan Fuller, they're looking to get a little separation. 25 laps is not a whole lot of time to get it done here. So if you're in the back, you really got to start making moves. Got to start thinking about being aggressive. You know, like the cheerleader, be aggressive. You know, you got to really find out who your friends are, because later on, when we go racing for the full length, you know, for the feature of the A main, you're gonna have your friends who helped you out throughout the day, and who's you gonna leave out to dry.
Yeah, and Jordan, we've been watching these drivers. I mean, you know, all of them are fairly equally matched. And I mean, you know, even as we look back here to Brandon Sox, who was involved in that first wreck, looks like many of these drivers have gotten their damage repaired. And here's Aaron Mack, driver of the number 31 Chevrolet Camaro, just ahead of Alan Blue. So both of our veterans serving right alongside of one another, running 11th and 12th. Aaron Mack, he's back here getting a good bump from Alan Blue, but now looks to the inside, and here comes Truth Hoke. At least Mack and Hoke, I can tell you, those are two names that I'm extremely familiar with talking about on a weekly basis.
Yeah, Truth Hoke, a regular in the Racers Elite Truck Series, who I get to talk about on Tuesday nights, and Dave, you know, we raced together there on Thursday night, and you know, watch Tuesday night, because Truth has a special paint that he wants to show off on Tuesday night.
Oh dear.
Well, it may top Diego Rodriguez's paint that he did for you
right now.
I don't know. I've seen it.
Does it involve someone we know?
It does. Taking part in an activity that I got caught doing.
Oh Lord. Yeah, you should never do what you did in public. See, folks, and that's called a teaser.
Mm-hmm.
So tune in on Tuesday night for the Racers Elite Truck Series as we get to see a new paint revealed. But Aaron Smith right now here in the 70 machine, he's just ahead of the 169 of Joseph Hendricks. He's actually in a really good spot right now. He's got just enough reaction time that if something bad happens with Dylan in front of him, that he can try to bail out there. And he's got just enough room behind him that if he wants to back up and get a push from Joseph Hendricks, he can safely.
Yeah, and Aaron Smith is also an all-around great racer. I mean, he's a dominant road racer. I've seen him absolutely demolish guys in his weekly league over on Sim Racing Media and the Road and Plate Series. Absolutely dominate there on the road course alone, and then that being a road and plate, he's a great dominant plate racer as well, and that's definitely showing right about now.
Yeah, most definitely has a ton of laps here at Daytona, especially on the, they race primarily trucks over there, but he is one whale of a restrictor plate racer. I wouldn't call it a plate track. It's super speedway racing. They ditched the restrictor plates like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, without restrictor plates, Daytona is still Daytona. And one of the things that I think that I miss most was the fact that these cars did have so much speed built up in them that we had to find a way to bring that back under control. And, of course, here in the Next Gen Cup Series, we also don't have grill tape anymore. So if you need to loosen the front of that car up, you can't just throw some tape on it and get a little loose.
That's true. But what you can do is you can suck up to the car in front of you and use it as a grill tape almost and get that draft.
Yeah, and again, we've said it a million times on here. These cars are very aero dependent, so stepping out just to the side and kind of sniffing the left rear quarter panel of the car in front of you is going to give you a little bit of a boost and kind of draw him back at the same time. So there's a lot of different ways you can advance yourself and keep yourself close together with the other cars.
As we see Nathan Fuller getting a good push from Drew Jua down the back chute and into turn number 3. All of a sudden, Dylan Dreiling now starting to get drafted up just a little bit closer with 11 laps to go. Sometimes I swear every time I look over there by pure accident, it seems like something, all of a sudden the lap numbers are just melting down through here, as we've only had one caution between these two qualifier races.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to how clean these guys are running as well. Very little mistakes on everybody's parts and really just driving to the top tier of their abilities. And it really shows that they're showing patience while still pushing as hard as they possibly can.
Well, I don't want to take the blame or nothing, but in the first heat there was no cautions, and then I show up and bam, we get one caution to cause.
Your fault.
I didn't even run the pre-nad.
Maybe I am the pre-nad.
Oh, you're an ad for something, all right. You should be an ad for Trojan.
Yeah, you're definitely. I feel like I gotta watch the ads that I'd put them in just because I don't want to get canceled.
It's fine. We're an equal opportunity employer here at Sim Racing Media.
That we are. But making fun of Alan is certainly a great pastime. And he knows it's all with love, too.
It is?
Dave only kids because he cares.
I'm just doing damage control, Dave, okay?
Oh, I see. That's where Dave gets quiet and Jordan cleans up the mess. Got it.
Hey, look, I think we're all three walking HR violations, okay?
Oh, without a doubt. If we had an HR department, we would definitely be visiting at least daily.
Oh, see, I'd rock them like gold stars. Like, how many can I get in a day?
Seems about fair.
Considering I am the HR department.
Great. It's like letting the insane run the asylum.
Every day that I get one, I need a little gold star to put on that date.
Oh.
Well, here we are with 8 laps to go now, as Nate Fuller is going to lead this piece. Drew Jua and Dylan Dreiling now running 2 and 3 behind him. All of a sudden, we're starting to see this race take shape for a change, as everybody has gone single file through these first, 10 cars. Anchored by Joseph Hendricks at one end, Nathan Fuller at the other end. Hendricks now swings to the low side. He's got no help. He's going to wind up stalling.
Yeah, and that, to your point, that could be because of big checkup that might have occurred, and he had to back out of the way to keep from running over the car in front of him. And that can happen here on this racetrack very frequently. But up-told spots is that there's a 70 car of Aaron Smith, who's a regular on Thursday nights at Road and Plate. And right now, it's been all Nathan Fuller all afternoon long here, as these guys are just rocketing towards 6 to go.
Yeah, and you also want to think about, for just even transferring to the main event, Joseph Hendricks doesn't have to push anything because he's in that final transfer spot. So he can just hang out and, save himself for later in the race, not show any kind of cards on what he may have up his sleeve, and that goes for the same for the guys in front of him in 9th and 8th, and they're on forward. This little group doesn't have to push anything. They can simply ride this out for the next 6 laps, 5.5 laps, and call it a day and go into the main event.
Yeah, but you also want to be careful too with the 59 car of Truth Hook. It could come down to where Truth could catch a good push and get past Joseph Hendricks there and that 169 car and, essentially steal that last transfer spot. So that, when we do heat racing, Jordan, that's usually the spot that I like to watch. Show me that transfer spot, right? Show me the transfer spot. Who's going to get in? Who's going to pull off the Hail Mary, if you will, and get in that 10th position?
Well, I can certainly tell you that you wouldn't be near that transfer spot. You'd be well behind and in the wall, especially when you race the Dallas Cowboys scheme.
Hold it.
Nope, Dave, nope, Dave, I know that we have matching Phillies cups, but I'm sorry, I have to still prove that bleeding green is better than staring at a single star. It's not a logo, it's a rating.
Oh, that one hurt.
Right in his heart.
I'm a big guy, and that one hurt me right in the old heart.
It's not the chicken patty from earlier.
It's fine. The thing is with the Dallas Cowboys, let me tell you, as a Dallas Cowboys fan, I know that they are the most overrated team in all of professional sports. First of all, we get all these. Have you ever seen some Dallas Cowboys fans? I don't even like to be associated with them. I do not. And usually they're the ones with the current players' jerseys. Like, for instance, if it were physically possible, I would allow Troy Aikman to get me pregnant.
I mean, I understand that. I feel that fully.
Did
I mean,
you
I feel
see
that
him
way
on
about-
Thursday night out in Canton? That is one
mean,
handsome son of a gun out there.
But see, I would say the same about Nick Foles. I mean, he's simply giving me a Super Bowl for once in my life, and probably the only one that I will see in my life. Nick Foles has that badge of honor too.
I mean, look, Nick Foles was something special here in Philadelphia, and he was definitely the reason that I stopped wearing Cowboys apparel in public for an entire season.
Well, you know, I broke that scheme out, that Dallas Cowboys scheme, because, you know, it's the season opener of Racing Elite, or Racers Elite. I sported a Waffle House themed paint scheme. Nothing like 3 a.m. at the old Waffle House. The popsicle sticks are in the air, and Nathan Fuller continues to lead and do Nathan Fuller things. No one's really making aggressive moves, but the question is when do you make that move? Is it now, or do you wait till the white flag?
I think that you got to get. Go ahead, Jordan.
I was just gonna say, yeah, and you know, we may not even see it here again. You know, as I was saying, you might see it from that front 2 or 3, but these guys, you know, back here, 4th and 5th on back, you know, they don't have to do anything, and you know, you don't want to run the risk of getting into something, and you know, essentially stalling your car before the line, having to watch that guy in 11th come flying by you.
Nathan Fuller leads us out of turn number 4 back toward the start-finish line. The popsicle sticks go down. The white flag is in the air, and we're racing back to checkers. Nathan Fuller leads Drew Jua and Dylan Dreiling here on the final lap of qualifier number 2 at Daytona International Speedway in the Stateline Showdown Series, brought to you by the Army National Guard. We want to thank the National Guard for supporting us not only here on iRacing.com, but of course for keeping us free every day here in the United States of America. And I am proud to be partnered with them today, but I'll tell you what, it looks like this one may come down to Dylan Dreiling waiting for a push from Aaron Smith, as Smith in the 70 has to get ready to go. Dreiling's got to get on the radio and call back there and say, hey, listen, this is the time as we get ready to come back to the start. Oh, no! There goes Nathan Fuller, shuffled out of the way. Drew Jua trying to block the 83 and the 70, and coming across the line is Drew Jua. We need to take a look at that one more time here, as I'm going to run this back. My goodness. Let's see what happened, because that was just this side of ugly, folks, as it looks like maybe the 38 just gave him a little bit too much of a shot. And here they come. There's the 38, giving a good whack to the bottom of the 24 and just shoves the 24 out of the way. And now all of a sudden he's got to suffer that 4th place finish, if not worse. Nope, 4th place finish as Drew Jua brings home the checkered flag.
You know, Nathan Fuller got 4th place, saving Daytona International Speedway a ton of money on landscaping.
I wouldn't say save them money on landscaping, because they're certainly going to have to fix those divots that I'm looking at right now.
Well, Drew Jua is adding to it, so...
Hey, just because the land in St. Louis looks like that doesn't mean it's good.
They don't even realize that the land in St. Louis looks like that. Of course, because most of them are so messed up on Anheuser-Busch.
Speaking of Anheuser-Busch.
Drew Jua celebrates here at the start-finish line. We thank everybody for tuning in here for qualifier number 2. We will be back in just a few minutes. Go ahead, folks, run to the bathroom, but make sure that you don't forget to come on back to Twitch, checking us out here on Sim Racing Media, and of course over on YouTube.com. We want to thank everybody for joining us, as myself, Dave Regal, Jordan Brockell, and Alan Bergen will all be right back here in just a few moments.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnered with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving our race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage run, and he's still up there, so we're doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with the right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You'd think they'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting themselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1,500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are going to enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
Oscar can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second spot, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around, we're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Trish on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to
goodness.
the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AR cars here. It's going to get a little chaotic, so we're going to go through what's going to happen this weekend at this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. Oh, like see a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I can show you. I'm gonna show you more things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. That's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnering with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast to race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving our race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage running, and he's still up there, so we're doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with a right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You'd think they'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting themselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with AI cars here. It's gonna get a little chaotic, so we're gonna go through what's gonna happen this weekend at this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. Oh, see a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work. Both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing each way around the track. So I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get single file racing here, which how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome back, everyone. I know that it's been an extended break, but we're glad to have you with us here on Twitch and YouTube.com. On Sim Racing Media, Dave Regal, Jordan Brockell, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. We're glad to have you with us today, as it's 78 degrees right now in sunny Florida, with a track temperature of 104 degrees. Qualifier 3 about to be underway here as we get ready to rock and roll in the Stateline Showdown Series, brought to you by the Army National Guard. We want to thank the Army National Guard for being a proud partner here today and for all of the work that they do. We've got a couple of active duty veterans to talk with you about as we get ready to rock and roll here. We want to thank everyone for keeping with us and hanging out during the break, because my goodness, it's a tough one. Of course, here in Qualifier 3, the only person here is Zach Miller out of Ohio, and or at least the only veteran here is Zach Miller out of Ohio. We want to thank him for his service, as of course he is an 11 Bravo, and that is a military code for infantry soldier. So obviously he is on the front lines, and of course he has a secondary MOS. That's a 68 Juliet. And the 68 Juliet, as a matter of fact, is a medical logistics specialist. So obviously he is in supply. And that's one of the most important positions, of course, for those of you that are fans of MASH. That would have been the supply truck that came with Mosquito netting in December.
Yeah,
so folks,
and an 11... Oh, my apologies. I was just going to say I stick with an 11 Bravo very close to me, because that's my cousin currently in Hawaii, stationed in Hawaii. He is an 11 Bravo with the Army, so very near and dear to me.
Absolutely. And folks, we want to thank you once again for joining us, for welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. Jordan Brockell, as you had just mentioned, you of course have a family member who's serving in Hawaii right now as an 11 Bravo. And we want to thank all of you folks who have family members and loved ones that of course are service members here. Alan Bergen, I got to tell you, from my perspective up here, you missed the first qualifier, but here we are in qualifier number 3, and what a day it has been here at Daytona.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, the qualifier number 1 didn't have any cautions in it. Coming for qualifier number 2, we have 1 caution. But, what a qualifier number 2 that was. We were expecting much of the same, and, as I mentioned in heat number 2, I'm one of the guys that watches that last transfer spot. There's a lot of good cars in this, and that last transfer spot is also coveted right now. Is we got a lot of drivers that are up top of the pile.
Taking a look at Ryan White Dejanot as he drives the number 32 Tide Ride. We can take a look here at this young man, and I'll tell you what, as we get to see some of these drivers on their opening lap try to store some speed in the car, we're going to go on board here. Of course, you saw our how-tos during the commercial breaks, and here is Ryan White Dejarnot as he comes into turn 3. We can hear that V8 roared all the way to full life, and what a gorgeous paint scheme he has here on his Tide Ride. As he rolls out of turn 4, he can see the start-finish line in his sights. He's going to be hugging that double yellow out-of-bounds line as he now crosses the start-finish line, and he's going to go from 18th to 12th on the timing tower.
Yeah, and that's what I love about qualifying here is it's all about being perfect on your run. It's not necessarily, hitting the right marks like you would at, say, a short track or a intermediate track. It's about just the perfection that you can put down on a lap and, hug that line and carry all the momentum that you can out of the corner to really set the fastest time.
And here we take a quick peek at Darius Boyd, driver of the number 10 Toyota Camry, as he gets ready to start his first lap and hauls it down here into turn number 1. Once again, we want to thank all of you for tuning in over on Twitch, and there are some giveaways today on Twitch. Of course, the Stateline Showdown Series partner with the Army National Guard. Those giveaways today are a sim wheel and pedal set using the code !wheel with a capital W. A set of shifters, of course, with the keyword entry giveaway. And third, they're giving away 4 tickets to Kansas Speedway, 2 sets of 2 using the code !playoffs. And of course, you can also follow me here on Twitter at DaveRegal_SRM And, of course, also at Sim Racing Media 1 over on Twitter, as myself, Dave Regal, Jordan Brockel, and Alan Bergen all with you here today. As, guys, listen, I don't think we've ever spent this much time together without one of us having to go to bed.
Well,
and usually it's me.
As we, like it's always a lot of fun when we get to hang out together. It's like 3 a.m. at the local Waffle House, just trading stories and stuff, and taking jabs at each other. But we all do it in good fun. And as I
speak for yourself.
Well, maybe you guys have the Huddle House on the East Coast. I always do, but while these guys are finishing up qualifying, Perrin Huggins and that number 7 Toyota Camry, he's got the time to beat right now with a 49.77, and Christopher Simon, could do it, but nonetheless, Kirby Wainscott in the number 50 car. We're used to seeing him in that number 10 car on Thursday nights on the Racers Elite Cup Series and in the 10 truck on Tuesday nights. Also, he races on Wednesday in the Xfinity Series. So a lot of Racers Elite flavor in this one.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping. Normally he races a SpongeBob scheme, so I'm really having this hope that he's running one here tonight as well. Because I don't know why, but they're always just so creative and so perfect.
Well, so Kirby Wainscott has been normally running the KFC car, the finger looking good, and they've contested this. He had to call it. So our good buddy Daniel Paulus Jr. had a pretty good call the first night that he raced that scheme with the chicken fried.
Here's the thing with that incident. We were at the Chicago Street Course, and this young man, as much as I love him, and he's a fellow Pennsylvanian, talked about side drafting on a street course in Chicago, and I, at that point, smelt burnt toast and thought I was having a stroke. Because, here's the thing. It's something that it just doesn't go together. A street course and side drafting. It's kind of like...
But again, with these next-gen cars and the aero and how much it's important to these cars, there is he's not wrong, but he's not right.
I mean, he's not wrong, but he's not right. And in the words of Hank Hill, that boy ain't right.
I mean, it can't be any worse than trying to call a race and you use the phrase music to his ears, and then you realize that he's in a race car. It's not really music to his ears; it's music to his eyes. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. And
it's music to your eyes if you're deaf and you're using the closed caption function on your television.
But like that's the thing is now I feel like that's what's going to stick with me is saying music to his eyes.
I mean, he's a special boy. He's a special guy.
What Daniel Paulus has not gotten was a text message from Dave Regal saying, "Pit now, all exclamation points."
That was a rage text in the middle of a race because sometimes I feel like it's like trying to herd squirrels when I'm trying to get you to focus.
There's only two people that will ever get that
trying to get Alan to follow. If I was his spotter, all I could picture is a spotter with like a big wooden stake trying to nail Jell-O to a wall.
There's two people. There's two people in Dave's life that he will ever send a text like that to. One of them races on Sunday nights, and the other one races on Thursday.
Yeah, you and Gangler. Look,
see, Alan's the kind of guy that you need to get a stick and hang a piece of either like beef or pork or something out in front of him to make him follow. I'd say carrot, but I know me and him definitely aren't following any carrots, and I can probably assume that you yourself, Dave, are not following after a carrot either.
I have a special term for carrots, and quite frankly, it's part of the words that you're not allowed to say thanks to the FCC. But here we go with our starting lineup in qualifier number 3 here at Daytona International Speedway. Perrin Huggins going to be on the pole position, still waiting to hop into the old race car. Daniel Falkingham going to join him on the front row here in qualifier 3. Row 2 going to feature Francisco Villarreal with Caden Diedrich going to be starting on the outside of row number 2. Row 3 going to feature Trevor Kratzer and Miles Nelson, while Bill Rasmussen and Wesley Triplett hold things together in row number 4. Of course, I'm pretty sure that's not the Bill Rasmussen of ESPN fame, but there he is. Aiden Schramm, not related to Dallas Cowboys founder Tex Schramm. Aiden Schramm going to sit on the inside of row number 5, while Nathan Mon going to hold things down in our starting top 10 here in row 5. Row 6 going to feature Jake Roll and Cody Workman, while Ryan White, Desjarnot, and Darius Boyd hold things together in row number 7. Row 8 featuring Rowan Lloyd and Zach Miller, while Logan Joyner and Kirby Wainscott here in the number 50. Let's see what we got here. The number 50 finger-licking good Chevrolet Camaro. Josh Swift and Ryan Schwinghammer going to be together in row number 10, while Christopher Simon, starting shotgun on the field, starts 21st in this third qualifying race tonight. This afternoon, of course, getting ready for the feature later this afternoon. We thank everybody for tuning in here on Twitch and, of course, YouTube.com on Sim Racing Media. Thank you for welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. As many of you have tuned in today, and we're very thankful for that as well. And, of course, our partner, our partner here in the Stateline Showdown Series, the Army National Guard. Make sure that you remember over on Twitch to enter to win that sim wheel and pedal set. That's !wheel. The shifter would be the keyword entry giveaway, and they're also giving away 4 tickets to Kansas Speedway, 2 sets of 2, using the code !playoffs. As the drivers get out onto the racetrack, we're ready to rock and roll here in qualifier number 3.
Yeah, and to your point, the Stateline Showdown taking place. Kansas City Pioneers just in the side lovely Kansas City, Missouri. Just 4 hours west of St. Louis. So good Midwestern team.
Good and Midwestern go about as well together as side draft and road course. Y'all can keep that there in the Midwest. You can keep Missouri, Illinois, Indiana. Y'all can have them.
Well, at least you don't say Illinois.
I'd say it the French way, Illinois.
There you go.
like Detroit? Like Detroit? Detroit. You got to thank our early European history explorers. As we work our way into turn 3, once again, we want to thank our sponsor, the Army National Guard. And, of course, we want to thank the Army National Guard for keeping us safe and protected every day here at home and abroad. And, by the way, folks, by abroad, I mean lands far away, not women who can be irritating, as Perrin Huggins brings us out of turn number 4 and onto the front stretch here into the tri-oval here in the lucky number 7. He's going to be alongside Daniel Falkingham, and we've got to be real careful with that name. As Perrin Huggins comes into the Geico restart zone, we see the green flag in the air, and we're underway in qualifier number 3.
Yeah, and this time it's a dead even drive down into that turn 1.
Yeah, these guys are going to be all over the place, getting these cars cranked up to crazy here coming into turn number 1. And right now, Kirby Wainscott has already made it up 2 spots there. Well, I say that, now he's back down to 17th.
Yeah, I definitely see this being a lot more impatient of a race than the ones that we saw earlier. Maybe 5 or 6 people, would miss out on the transfer. Here, there's going to be 11 cars that miss out on that transfer spot of 10th place. So I think you're going to see a lot more desperation, a lot more, elbows out style of racing here. And it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. Only 1 caution so far between the 3 races, even though this one's just getting started. But I feel if there's going to be a time that we're going to see some more caution laps and different strategy, it's definitely going to be this race here.
Taking a look here closer at our race leader, Daniel Falkingham, in the 54 Interstate Batteries out of Jonesport. He's got that Toyota Camry cranked up to crazy, followed by Caden Diedrich. And, of course, Diedrich here gives him a good hit from behind, and all of a sudden, those 2 bumpers are locked together like they've got JB Weld between the 2 of them, and that is definitely the marine epoxy.
You gotta love that marine epoxy. But here these heat races, there's always a sense of urgency in these qualifying races. as you're trying to get to 10th place as fast as you can. Right now, if you go back to the 13th, Colonel Kirby Wainscott is, 3 spots out of the well, 2 spots now. And I mean, we're only 3 laps in, but he's got to definitely get to that 10th place and then get some insurance in the 9th and 8th position. Yeah, and you got to start to wonder if this is the strategy move that the 24 car said, hey, you know what, I'm going to work with you. Maybe they work together in practice. But as right now, as we say that, you got the inside line picking up the advantage.
Yeah, and something we haven't seen across the three races so far is a lot of three wide racing, and I think we're going to open up that definitely here in this race where we see a couple of those guys really starting to push that envelope late in this qualifying race and trying to move up quickly.
Miles Nelson in the 00, currently running in 3rd position. At least that's where he's being timed for this moment, as he's got that top line all kinds of sped up. And here's the thing, we've talked about this earlier. It's been since race number 1 that we've really seen that top line come in here. And, once again, as a driver in the top line, right now the 24 of Caden Dietrich, he could slide down in front of Perrin Huggins for the time being. But it seems like Daniel Falkingham wants to see how far this high line can go before he's going to drop down, as it looks like Miles Nelson cannot clear the 7, and perhaps the 54, 24, and 00 all want to come down together.
Now.
I'm sitting here looking at that guy right there in the back of the pack. I want to say it's the 27 of Christopher Simon. You can see him bouncing back and forth between lanes, really trying to decide on what's going to work best for him. And he's kind of barely trailing onto this pack here. He's going to have to really, kind of choose a line, because as he bounces back and forth, he's going to start losing time.
You're right, to your point. Here we go. We got some cars going to shuffle in and outside as we are looking at that 00 Miles Nelson still. I love the 00 car, as that was mine over here in the Racers Elite Cup Series for a while. Then I switched back to the 89 car, as the 89 car is definitely a family number. So kudos to that 00 car of Miles Nelson getting that thing to the front, even though it's got FedEx colors on it.
19 laps to go here this time by, as Daniel Falkingham leads this race. All of a sudden we can start to see a little bit of action here from Trevor Kratzer on the low line. It looks like maybe he's trying to get the low line organized, and don't get me wrong, that's definitely the looser line, the faster line, but obviously tightening things up and riding the high side is where all of that speed is locked up today here at Daytona International Speedway. You're watching the Stateline Showdown Series live here on Sim Racing Media, both over on Twitch and, of course, on our home here on YouTube.com. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. And make sure that you do subscribe to Sim Racing Media over here on YouTube. And, of course, you can always subscribe to the Stateline Showdown Series over on Twitch if you're watching over there as well. And if you haven't done so already, why haven't you? It's one click of the button. Make sure that you get in there and turn on those bell notifications as well, because, guys, we've got 6 nights of racing right now on SRM, and what a schedule we've got.
Oh, for sure. We got a lot of great leagues every night of the week, and Dave's the voice of the SNN family of racing series on Sunday nights, Monday nights, and Tuesday nights. Myself, the voice of the Racers Elite Truck Series. Angel Santiago, the voice of the Racers Elite Truck Series Xfinity Series on Tuesday nights, and then Dave comes back and with Racers Elite Cup Series racing, and Jordan just finished up with the XMS Extreme Cup Series, and he's the voice of the Road and Plate Series for their final races and beyond. So right now, Trevor Kratz is running in that 6th position there in that 017 car. And, you know, a lot of these guys are starting to make a little bit of progress as they start to feel a little bit of a sense of urgency, if you will.
Yeah, and you're going to look for the 017 and the 710. They're not going to leave each other's bumpers as much as they possibly can, looking like they're racing the same exact scheme. So I'm going to assume that they're in a line with each other. So they're going to be looking for anybody that they can get to go with them throughout the last 15, 16 laps around here, and work up a good crew that they can possibly go down pit with and kind of take control of this race.
Well, and control of this race is still up for grabs. I mean, even with a good lead like Falkingham has right now, we saw at the end of the last race that all things can change literally in those last few hundred yards before the start-finish line. As we take a look right now here at the 710 and the 017, of course, a little reciprocation there. Bill Rasmussen going on board with him. This is all he can see right now. And I mean, realistically, that's all you need to see. With 16 laps to go, there's still plenty of time in this race as he's going to bump draft the 017 through the tri-oval, and now we head down into turn number 1. We've seen speeds today in excess of 200 miles an hour. We were touching 201 and 202 coming out of the backstretch and down into turn 3. I don't think we're going to see it from Rasmussen here, but it's got a chance as we head down the back chute. We can see just out to the right-hand side the 25 of Francisco Villarreal as he's currently running. Oh, hold on to it.
Ugh.
Obviously, Rasmussen could feel himself getting ready to run.
That's why you can't bump draft into the corner. At least I never do. I mean, it takes a lot of skill to do that. And a lot of people have a misconception about speedway racing is, oh, you just match the gas to full throttle and away you go. Well, there's actually an art form to being able to draft, knowing when to draft, knowing when to use that push, and knowing which line to be in. And the Great Intimidator mastered it and perfected it, and and it's because of him. Everybody studied him, and they figured out how to do it.
Jordan, learning how to boogie around this place, like Alan was just saying, is an art form. It's a talent. I mean, how much, on average, I would say that a lot of these drivers are spending, at least 2 to 3 hours a week practicing before an event like this. What's the most important thing when you're... Whoa, 3 wide? What are you doing back there? You don't belong going 3 wide. It's too early for all that.
Trapped a little bit in that sucker hole, though. He's not losing. He's not gaining, but there he goes now. Now there's an opening up top.
Schwinghammer scared the pants out of Rowan Lloyd, and Rowan Lloyd just backed out to get out of trouble.
Oh, look, there he goes again.
Do it again.
He's got an extra go. Oh, no, here they go.
Whoa,
in front of him.
it
Watch
is
the
limit.
36 cutting through there like a knife through butter. Oh, my God. Folks, the number to play today on the Pennsylvania Lottery is 036.
And honestly, if he wasn't pushing like that, I don't think he would have gotten through. I think he would have been collected up and headed back to the beer stand, as Alan likes to always say, even though none of us are actually alcoholics.
I've never seen anybody at the meetings. Let's ride along here with Schwinghammer. Here's Schwinghammer taking it 3 wide, cutting through here. He sees the wreck happen in front of him, and you're right. Oh, wow, you are dead right.
That was definitely a proud moment.
I think he just chose the right time to try to make some moves. And, I mean, that is 100% showing that those moves can pay off if everything goes exactly to your liking.
Obviously, Ryan Schwinghammer is somehow related to Houdini, because that was an escape move that I think parallels nobody in this league.
I mean, maybe Schwinghammer didn't even have time to react, nor time to think about it. He just did it.
Wholesale pit stops underway as Daniel Falkingham going to lead this pack down pit road. Now, one of the interesting things is he's going to be in pit box number 2, where, of course, Wesley Triplett and Perrin Huggins, of course, Perrin Huggins was down there on the front row, so now they're going to reverse themselves. But and the 7 car overshot the pit box. That's going to give a lot more time for Falkingham to run away here and get back out into the race lead behind the pace car.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hard feeling there. Is now he's got to work his way through more stuff, and then just seeing what just happened, it's gonna be a little bit more dicey here, because you basically shorten the race by having a caution instead of running the full distance at once. It's kind of like a stage, the stage just ended. Now you have a short stage to go to the end.
Aiden Schramm, the last driver to scurry off a pit road, as Darius Boyd, the last driver to come onto pit road. That's going to get him his lap back, as, of course, he was the free pass car, the lucky dog, if you will. So as we get ready to restart here, it's going to be Daniel Falkingham, Miles Nelson, Caden Diedrich, Francisco Villarreal, Wesley Triplett, Trevor Kratzer, Perrin Huggins, Cody Workman, Kirby Wainscott, and Ryan White Desjarnette.
Yeah, and the other thing too, Dave, is I'm looking at Nathan Mann there in that 11th spot. He's currently on the outside looking in, and when we come back to ring, he's really going to have to be aggressive to try to get into that final transfer spot.
15 laps in the book, 16 this time by with 11 laps to go. Guys, we're just getting ourselves heated up, and this caution came out at what seems to be the appropriate time because these drivers were able to come in, get a quick deep breath, and now they get ready to put the elbows back up.
Yeah, and they're certainly going to be out from the drop of the green flag to restart this race because, again, you're only going to have 9 laps to go here at the end to go basically from anywhere outside that top 10 to into that top 10. And for those guys that are sitting in that 15th, 16th, 17th spot right there, a little bit further out, we're going to have to make some drastic moves like we saw the 36 of Schwinghammer was doing just a moment ago.
You're not wrong, Jordan, as these guys are lined up 2x2 Noah's Ark style with 10 to go. And guys, this is what heat racing is all about. That sense of urgency, that sense that, hey, we got to get to the front or into the last transfer spot. Because, think about if there was passing points involved. Think about that, because then you'd be really cranked up to crazy.
Hey, if there were passing points, I'm starting in 21st. I'm going to lay my foot down on the loud pedal, and I'm not going to come off until I see the checkers.
Hey, it's just like that dude from the ARCA. I'm not lifting until I see God or a checkered flag.
Well, that usually works out for some drivers. Unless, never mind. Too soon. It's like 24 years too soon.
Yeah, I know where you're going now. I hear exactly where you're going.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
You hear me?
I hear you. Like the old commercials. Can you hear me now?
I've got Verizon. I know it very well. 10 laps to go as the iRacing.com pace car brings us out of turn number 4. We can see the drivers all sliding by. The iRacing.com pace car looks toward pit road. The drivers are coming back into the Geico restart zone. Daniel Falkingham, Falkingham has control of the field, drops the loud pedal, and off we are here with 9 laps to go.
Here we go, getting cranked up to crazy. Falkingham gets the whole shot along with Caden Diedrich. And here comes Miles Nelson at the top line, gets close to about as organized as you can absolutely get. Right now, Nathan Mann and Ryan White Desjarnette are trading blows for that last transfer spot there in the 10th position, as Colonel Kirby Wainscott has some insurance as he's going to get shuffled back to 10.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of crazy that we're going to see these guys really start to push the pressure just as we get closer to 5 and 3 to go, and see more people probably try to take that crazy route through the middle on their own, as we were seeing the 36 do so as just earlier.
8 laps to go here at Daytona International Speedway. Dave Regal, Jordan Braukel, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. Want to thank everybody for tuning in, and here comes some good bump drafting out of Caden Diedrich. Diedrich pushing Falkingham down the backstretch and into turn 3. My God. Of course, we want to remind all of you watching over on Twitch to make sure that you're first of all subscribed there for the Stateline Showdown Series, and of course also keep your eyes on those giveaways. Of course, the Stateline Showdown Series is partnered with the Army National Guard, and this week's giveaways is a sim wheel and pedal set using the code !wheel with a capital W. A set of shifters with the keyword entry giveaway, and of course the third giveaway is 4 tickets to Kansas Speedway, 2 sets of 2 using the code !playoffs.
We see some shuffling there right now. I don't mean to interrupt, but we saw some major shuffling there coming down the backstretch.
Well, we almost had a kerfluffle, but we want to give a shout out to us, down there in Florida as the Tropical Storm Debbie is looking to wreak havoc on Florida, and we want to let Angel and Matt know we're thinking about them up here. I'm free from any storm remnants.
Christian Light saying that one commentator sounds a little like Mike.
Cars everywhere. Oh, sorry again, Dave. I feel like every time you go to talk, something crazy
That's fine. Look, in the words of Ranch Wilder, sometimes less is more as we go under caution. Rowan Lloyd goes off the track. Let's see what happened here as we go back to the SRM instant replay. They were, that's no way to be. Let's take a look here at the 54. That's Jake Roll. As we're going to go high and wide here in the blimp. There's the setup, and the pitch was just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside. Sorry, you put it there. I had to say it.
It's like a grenade. It lays there in the middle of the floor, and I'm just waiting to see who picks it up.
I picked it up and held on to it because.
Well, it says here in the YouTube.com live chat that one of the commentators sounds a little like Mike Tirico. There's a really big difference between, any of the three of us and Mike Tirico. And quite frankly, I didn't even know that Mike Tirico had a lisp like Alan does.
I'm just trying to figure out if that's a compliment or an insult. If it's not a compliment, I'm
going to take it either way.
If it's not a compliment, I'm pushing it to Alan just because I don't want it.
That's fine. Look, even if it's not a compliment, I will gladly accept it.
You guys ever remember the Bill Cosby bit where he's talking about when he's growing up, his parents always called him the GD word, and he thought his name was GD because he heard it so much.
Daniel, you know what? I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave it alone. Yep. That's a landmine just waiting to be tripped over top of. Daniel Falkingham leads the race here as the Stateline Showdown Series, brought to you by the Army National Guard, is working qualifier race number 3. And now with 4 laps to go, we're going to have, gentlemen, a natural green-white checker.
And this is where it gets good. So right now, you got 2 races you're going to watch. You're going to watch, obviously, the race for the win. And then you're going to watch the race for that final transfer spot. And right now, in the 17 car, William Rasmussen and Nathan Mann are going to battle it out for that final 10th and final transfer spot. And I tell you what, there's just something about heat racing for me that I just love about, that I just love, especially whenever everything's on the line and it matters to get that last transfer spot.
Yeah, and I'm certain that we're going to see more cars not make it to the finish than we will see make it to the finish once we come off of turn 4. I think the 10 cars that are going to be in the next or into the main event here tonight are probably going to be the only 10 cars that make it across the line, because everybody's going to have those elbows out. They're not going to take any. They're not going to let anybody have any space whatsoever, and they're going to basically set it on, full send and not look back.
Well, and sometimes you look at it and you think this is the only time where you can go full send because everybody else around you is going to be doing the same thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And as you mentioned earlier, Jordan, you're either gonna put it pedal down to the metal and either see a checkered or see Jesus, right?
Exactly.
Bring me the checkers or bring me the hook.
As we roll out of turn 4 this time by the iRacing.com pace car is getting ready to turn its lights off for what should be our final pace lap coming up here as we work our way back through the Geico restart zone. I want to thank everybody once again for tuning in. Of course, we've got a lot of viewers over on the YouTube side. I can't imagine how many more there are over on Twitch, but I want to thank everybody. In fact, Jordan, I know you were monitoring that a little bit ago. What do the numbers look like over on Twitch right now?
Looking pretty good. I mean, we've got quite a few people. Of course, as I go to look at it again, I get hit with that ad from Twitch. They want to show me the different stuff, but definitely looking good over there. There's quite a few people. I want to say there's about 30 people in there and interacting, and I see a lot of exclamation playoffs and exclamation wheel in here. So you definitely want to get in on that because you can't win if you can't win without trying. And just seeing here, first 2 races should be a good feature race, and then the checkered flag will be when the drawing goes off. That comment just came through just now. Someone said Graham Bolin is my hero, and certainly you'll get to see him try to go 2 for 2 and win the feature. Oh, there's a comment I like. Cowboys ain't it.
Why you gotta go there?
Because it's there. It's in front of me.
I think he put the comment in there just so you can read it.
Nope.
They're not, and they haven't been in 30 years.
Fizzymon. I just want to say, Fizzymon, you have my heart and soul with that comment. I don't care who you like. You have my heart and soul with that comment.
Oh,
you know what St. Louis and Dallas Cowboys have in common? Not a thing.
We're going to put that on the board of things that don't make sense from Alan Bergen.
As we come back into the trioval, the iRacing.com pace car with its lights out dives on down pit road. Falkingham going to have control of the field into the restart zone, drops the hammer, and here we go. The popsicle sticks go in the air. We're 2 laps to go.
And look
certainly. Go ahead.
And look at the lead that Falkingham got, and now we're gonna straight shoot it out here towards the end. That these guys are gonna rocket down that turn 1-2 complex.
Daniel Falkingham with control of this. Whoa, easy there, fella.
And like I said, the elbows are out.
Well, somebody just got an elbow to the face, and we're going to go green-white checker here as all of a sudden things have now drastically changed.
It is SummerSlam tonight, so certainly some guys throwing elbows off the top rope.
Let's take a look and see what might have happened. This might have been from somewhere around Zach Miller.
You know that line I like to use at short tracks, bent sheet metal and hurt feelings?
There's a lot of it right now.
I mean, here for these next-gen cars, I feel like we got to switch it up. Broken composite. Broken composite parts. Or are they fiberglass?
Fiberglass. Composite.
I was like, I think it's the Xfinity that's composite. I don't know. They change everything all the time.
Well, right now we have a new race, and Colonel Kirby Wayne Scott in the number 50 car is 1 spot out of the transfer.
Yeah, and certainly he's breathing a breath of fresh air to not be grabbed in that, and certainly going to be gunning for any of those 10 drivers in front of him.
Well, as we can see right now, Daniel Falkingham here in the 054, he's going to retain the race lead ahead of Caden Diedrich. Francisco Villarreal, as there we go back to live, thank you. Francisco Villarreal, he's going to be running P3. Cody Workman, Miles Nelson, Ryan White, Desjarnot, Nathan Mon, Aiden Schramm, Ryan Schwinghammer, and Kirby Wayne Scott in the number 50 finger-licking good Chevrolet. They're going to anchor your top 10. And right now, anybody who's on the racetrack has a shot at winning this thing, because with just these few laps to go, if you can drop the hammer and hold that pedal out longer than the driver next to you, you've always got a shot to try to move forward, as we're going to be green, white, checker. And folks, what that means is that when we go back, green flag racing will be 2 laps to go. We will race around and try to catch the white flag. If the caution should come out between the waving of the green flag and the white flag making its appearance, we will rack them, stack them, and do it all over again. However, once the white flag flies, the next flag finishes the race, whether that flag is yellow or checkered. If the flag is yellow, we freeze the field, and that's where everybody finishes. If the checkered flag comes out, or when it does, we will decide who the winner is going to be right here at the line, as Daniel Falkingham follows the iRacing.com pace car. I'm Dave Regal. They are Jordan Brockell and Alan Bergen here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth, and you're watching the Stateline Showdown Series, proudly brought to you by the U.S. Army National Guard.
Yeah, and taking a look right here, looks like currently on track and not on the pit road for a very extended stay is about 14 cars. So 4 guys are going to be fighting for one spot. And it's gonna be a major elbows out for at least those 4 drivers trying to get in just before they do cross that 10th place position. So these guys sitting in 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, they'll be 2 by 2 right behind that group of 4. So they're going to be jumped on as soon as possible when this green flag does fly.
The iRacing.com pace car lights should go out this time. We are going to see nothing but excitement over the next few moments here as we come back into the tri-oval. The iRacing.com pace car is controlling the field for the time being. The lights are going to go off, and we're going to get ready to go back green flag racing. Thank you for tuning in, of course, today to the Stateline Showdown Series, brought to you by the Army National Guard, as we are right here on Sim Racing Media, both streaming on Twitch and YouTube.com.
These guys are 2 by 2 nose arc style as they head down to that turn 1-2 complex for what could be the final time under caution here today. And the other thing, Kirby Wainscott's got a little bit of an insurance policy right there as he's going to restart in that 9th position. But guys, I mean, this is what these heat races are all about. Is when we come back to green flag racing, it's going to be mash loud pedal, records or checkers. You're either going to be in the show or you're not going to be in the show.
Excellent analysis. Either you're in or you're out. Madden couldn't have done any better than that.
All I need to do is draw the little circles.
No one's giving you a telestrator.
No one's giving me the key to any kind of race cars either, but...
I wouldn't give you the keys to a padlock for a bicycle, much less the keys to a race car.
My favorite pastime, listening to the great Dave Regal roast Alan Bergen.
This is what Jordan does for 2.5 hours on Sunday night.
And this is mildly sober.
Mildly sober.
By qualifier 4 in the feature race, we'll be starting to finally prime the pump.
Flipping the switch and getting her ignited.
Oh, he's just getting warmed up.
I'm just rubbing the sticks together to make the fire. You know what? That doesn't sound good. I hate it when my shorts gets tangled. The iRacing.com pace car dips on down pit road. 3 laps to go. Going to be 2 at the line. Here comes Falkingham with a hell of a push from behind. All of a sudden, the 24 of Diedrich gets a shove from the 81 of Workman, and down the front stretch we go.
There goes Kirby Wainscott. Turn down into the front of pit road. crabbing that wall too.
We stay green flag racing because Wayne Scott got off the racing surface for the time being. Watch Diedrich shoving along the 54. All of a sudden, Falkingham has a new BFF, and that is Caden Diedrich. As we're going to go on board here, watch Diedrich link himself to the back bumper of the 54, and all of these drivers absolutely getting ready to hammer it from behind him.
Here comes Nathan Mann on the inside. He's running fifth position right now.
Oh no! Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together. They seem to have forgotten that now it's the white flag. We're racing back to checkers.
Okay, now it's an all-out slugfest.
Now they were just slugfesting come out of turn 4. My God, here it comes, the 24 of Caden Diedrich just behind the 54 of Daniel Falkingham. A connection issue deeper in the field. That's going to be the 36 of Trevor Katzer, Ryan Schwinghammer. All of a sudden, the 25 of Francisco Villarreal. I feel like all of a sudden we're watching a soccer match. Comes here onto the low side, holding up the 00 of Miles Nelson. We come into turn number 4. Daniel Falkingham with control of the race. As we come out of turn number 4, back to the start-finish line, it's going to be Daniel Falkingham. Nobody be able to make a move to get around the 54, and as they cross at the line, it's going to be Daniel Falkingham taking the win here in qualifier number 3. Just behind him, Caden Diedrich and Cody Workman.
And I've got to give it to the 017 of Trevor Kratzer. No front bumper and probably limping along, barely hanging on to the end of that pack, and he makes it in that final transfer position.
As I'm looking here at our results, I think, Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first race out of our 3 qualifiers today that a Racers Elite driver did not make the transfer.
You are absolutely correct. Well, actually, no. Nathan Mann races on Wednesday nights.
So he doesn't like to hang out on a Thursday with me. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Christian Light, you're more than welcome to reach out to us via email, and we can talk about some of those behind-the-scenes things that we do. But Falkingham here celebrating the win in this qualifier race. And as we go back up high in the sky, let's take one final look at our results from this race. As, of course, Daniel Falkingham, he comes home with the checkered flag, and he's joined by Caden Diedrich and Cody Workman in the top 3. Francisco Villarreal and Ryan White Desjarnat, they make up the rest of the top 5, while Miles Nelson and Aiden Schramm finish 6th and 7th. Nathan Mon and Ryan Schwinghammer come home 8th and 9th, with Trevor Kratzer rounding out your top 10. Gentlemen, what a race this one was once again. I mean, we have seen nothing but incredible all day long. It actually feels kind of crazy to think that this is what we're watching.
I love it. This is like your short track Saturday night.
Well, folks, one more time, we're going to step aside and get out of the way as we get ready to switch sessions. Thank you for tuning in here to qualifier number 3, the Army, brought to you by the Army National Guard. This is the Stateline Showdown Series.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. we invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's gonna get a little chaotic, so we're gonna go through what's gonna happen this weekend with this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. See a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be through right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
disaster. Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Folks, we want to tell you just to hang on for a few minutes as we had an issue with the iRacing.com session. Dave Regal and Jordan Brockell with you as we wait for Alan Bergen to also make his return to the booth. But we thank you for your patience, and we'll be back just as soon as all of this gets taken care of on the back end. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, and we hope to see you soon right here on Twitch and YouTube.com.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnered with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like, I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast to race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving all race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage run, and he's still up there, so we're doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with the right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You think it'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting themselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1,500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Masker can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn
inside. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. Dave Regal, Jordan Brockell, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Tony Trapassa Memorial Broadcast booth. We're ready to settle in here for qualifier number 4. We apologize for the delay, but there was a problem on the back end with the race session, so we got all of that squared away, or at least the race admins got that all squared away. As we look high above Daytona International Speedway, the 2.5-mile super speedway here in the beautiful Sunshine State.
I don't know if it's beautiful in real life because they're getting hammered by a hurricane this weekend. But well, and here we are as everybody's chasing down Brennan Lehman with that 49.86 on his opening lap of qualifying.
Folks, you're going to have to forgive my esteemed broadcast partner. Is sometimes my job as the lead announcer here in the Tony Trapassa Memorial Broadcast booth allows me the privilege to shut the microphone off and talk sweet nothings into the ears of my partners, and I have now done it simultaneously and broken them all. As Brennan Lyman now goes P2 here at the end of his qualifying lap. Jacob Fifield in the 92 nothing car. That's we'll just call it the Batmobile because it's black. Kenneth Olive, perhaps related to olive oil, here in the 89. He goes fast time at 49.84. I mean, here's the thing, Jordan, we've watched 3 of these qualifying races. What are you expecting now that we're at the very end of this list?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're still going to see that desperation and that hard-fought, run racing that we saw in the first 2. I think it's going to be a little bit more toned down just because of the car count being a tad bit lower. But either way, I still think we're going to have intense racing. We're going to have some people really pushing the envelopes to get to the front and make it to the main event. You don't want to miss it, so certainly putting in every ounce of effort that you have and pushing every boundary that you can.
Well, and you certainly won't miss the main event as long as you ride along with us here on Sim Racing Media, both on Twitch and, of course, our traditional YouTube.com channel. We're presented today by the Army National Guard right here at Daytona International Speedway. We want to thank everybody for tuning in, welcoming us into your homes, onto your phones, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. As we have had quite a bunch of viewers today, we're thankful for all of you here for the Stateline Showdown Series as we've been on the air for quite a while now. And I'll tell you what, it seems like the time has just ticked by because we're getting closer and closer to the green flag dropping over top of that feature event.
Yep, and we are certainly anticipating the start of that. But right now, we still got one more qualifier we got to get through. As right now, Alex Tuff, the other half of the Tuff brothers, is on track for his qualifying efforts here out of Hope Valley, Rhode Island. Not in that traditional number 43 Toyota Camry that we normally see him in, but he's in that number 16 Toyota Camry. And he's rocking the Family Dollar Toyota paint scheme.
I just hope that he didn't get the car at Family Dollar.
Hey, I feel like going to Family Dollar and getting a car would be better than going to Dollar Tree. So one way or another, he's doing fine.
The question is, what are you, Family Dollar or Dollar General?
Aldi.
That's a grocery store. I'm talking about for your regular bits and bobs and things that you realized at 11 o'clock at night that you forgot.
We're still Walmart people here.
Ah, good.
I like Walmart.
Also, late night Walmart is a fun adventure as well.
Oh yeah,
all the creatures come out.
I feel like that's where parents go to parent their kids too. You want to see great parenting? Go to Walmart and go to the toy aisle or the cereal aisle.
Well, here's the thing. As a parent who has taken his children to Walmart, I just recognize that it's completely impossible, and I recommend that you just don't. That's why Jeff Bezos is a billionaire.
You see, though, my kid, it's not the toys, it's not the cereal, it's the fruit. He sees a bag of grapes and he's trying to pluck the grapes from it while it's sitting there in the cart or on the shelf.
I didn't realize you took Alan to the Walmart with you.
Believe me, that's a face only mother can love.
Hey, I could throw a fit in the middle of the cereal aisle like the best of them.
Yeah, you know what? I can only imagine. And again, we need to interview Alan's wife because I can only imagine that there he is with the malto meal bag of Captain Crunch, and she says, "No, Alan, we need to eat something healthy," and he just hurls that thing to the ground.
Growing up, as we get qualified to finish up, growing up,
can't say
we always wanted.
You never grew up.
Just because I'm in touch with my inner child.
I was gonna leave it alone, Dave.
What happened? I was off microphone. I don't know what happened. Folks, we've been trying to keep things together here all afternoon, and at this stage in the afternoon, especially now with 13, 14, 15 drivers ready to take the green flag, sometimes you've got to break things up, and here at Sim Racing Media, we, of course, are always looking for new talent, new people to join in on the fun that we do have here. And, of course, every October we take a big team retreat trip, and this year, of course, going to be the same as the previous two. We're going to Miami, Florida. And if you want to join our team, make sure that you can reach out to us on our Facebook page or, of course, on Discord. And the first person you're going to chat with is Alan Bergen, so strap in and get ready. But, here's the thing. Alan Bergen has been quite a scout for talent.
I mean, I almost wrecked Shane Lake, and look, here he is.
No, I think Shane was wrecked before we found him. Here's the thing. We make fun. All of a sudden, I feel like Don Rickles. I make fun of everybody. It's out of love. But, oh, God. But, first of all, we have a lot of fun at each other's expense. I mean, I realize that the reason that nobody ever turns the gun on me is because, well, quite frankly, I'm perfect. And, as we watch these races week after week together, you really develop a really good bond with one another. Not just the racers on the track, but those of us up here in the broadcast booth. Many of us have traveled to different cities just to hang out with one another. And, of course, I'm here in southeastern Pennsylvania. And Jordan, of course, not too far away himself. The only difference is nobody wants to go to St. Louis, Alan.
Nope.
No one wants to go to the middle of the country.
I would rather put my face in a wood chipper.
I was telling Johnson Leach, our chief cook and bottle washer here at Sim Racing Media, that we all need to make a trip to Fairbury Speedway in Fairbury, Illinois, to watch the Prairie Dirt Classic. And if you are, there's no bigger dirt racing fan than myself and Matt Moniak within Sim Racing Media. And come August 14th, I get to have the pleasure of going to the Highland Speedway in Highland, Illinois, to watch the Case Construction World's Outlaw late models and shoot photographs there. And you'll see that on Sim Racing Media as well, as we have that content coming also.
And if you want to see something special, just watch how Alan, eats his corn and the way it's oriented.
He was trying to show us the new and improved way. Alan has now been relegated to canned corn only. As we take a look at our starting grid this time, Jordy Lopez going to be our pole sitter for this race, as he's going to be joined on the front row by Matthew Burton. Michael Frisch and Frank DeAngelis going to be in row number 2, while Jacob Fifield makes his return to the microphone here. And Colton Lindau are going to be sitting in row number 3. There's Jordy Lopez and Matthew Burton. We want to make sure we get them on screen here. As we look back to row number 4, Stephen Miles and Kenneth Olive going to be in row number 4, while Timothy Wheeler and Brennan Lyman hold down the top 10 here as we get started in row number 5. Row 6 featuring Hunter East and Adam Glatfelder. Woof. Thank goodness that I grew up in Pennsylvania Dutch country. I think we're the only ones certified to be able to read that name. As Terry Fennell and Alex Teft out of Hope Valley, Rhode Island, going to be starting in row number 7. Row 8 and starting shotgun on the field, going to be Nicholas Martinez and Noah Hamilton out of the Apex Motorsport Alliance. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be my pick of the race. Noah Hamilton is absolutely a beast, and folks, wait until you see him out here on the racetrack.
You know, the only thing that would make this race a lot better is if Sean Rogers entered. But in that 480 car, we're going to become a Noah Hamilton fan as he's going to line up deep in the field, but you're going to see some special things out of that 480 car on our live timing, but 48 car on the racetrack.
Half a tank of fuel for these drivers as we get ready to take off here this afternoon. And, you know, I feel like I have to emphasize the fact that it's afternoon because we're usually used to working after the sun goes down.
When the sun goes down. Sorry. You incited a song.
I get it. I do. And do you know how hard it is for me to say those things without doing that?
A lot harder than the restraint I show.
Well, if this was one of those React videos where you can't sing, Jordan would have already lost.
I lost the second I sat down in this Discord today. Just ask, when you get a chance, ask Demoni. I keep saying Demoni. He'll tell you that I was singing at the top of my lungs, not realizing that my microphone was actually hooked to my headset instead of my desk mic.
That's all right. Hey, look, I sing in the shower and in the car.
Yeah, well, hopefully you stay in that seat, and we see the drop of the green flag as they head off past the start-finish line, side by side, 2 by 2, as we run down towards turn 1.
You know, every time I get ready to say, here they go, all I can think of, there was a guy on TikTok a few months ago that would come on and go, here they go, and do something completely. Did you see that guy? He was sucking up pudding through his nose. I'll tell you what's sucking up right now. It's Michael Frisch to the rear of Jordy Lopez, and I think I'm going to change him to Jordy LaForge as he engineers the lead right now in the 90.
Well, here we are. It's stacked 2 by 2 Noah's Ark style down in the turn number 3, and there we have Matthew Burton on the outside, and wow. These guys are this is mesmerizing. How do these guys race this clean on a super speedway?
Well, see, Alan, people like to hold lines, unlike you.
As you see these guys able to touch the button on my stream deck.
They run 2 by 2, headed through turns 1 and 2. As you see that 90 of Jordy jump to the high side, it's going to allow Michael Frisch to grab the lead for just a moment.
And for all of you other drivers out there that have a skill set like Alan and the attention span of a gnat, this is a straight line, and this is how you race a super speedway. These drivers are out here 2 by 2. All of a sudden, Jordy LaForge is out here. Okay, fine. Jordy Lopez is out here side by side with Michael Frisch, and he's getting pushed along right now by what looks to be Matthew Burton here. And Burton, who's being scored as the 4 car, registered as the 33, now gives a good, healthy shove to Jordy Lopez coming down the front stretch and dekes out just ahead of Michael Frisch in the 58.
We got a car back here 3 wide. Oh, my word. And that looks to be
That's the 44 of Adam Glatfelder. And Glatfelder just wanted to get out of the line of fire. He drops right in front of Noah Hamilton. Hamilton swings to the outside, and the problem is that just broke the draft up, and it's going to take a minute for Hamilton to get caught back up to Glatfelder.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, and I could too hold a straight line. Thank you very much.
I mean, if you're parked in line at the local Checkers.
Just because you had too much of that nasty Budweiser go to your head doesn't mean that crooked line is actually straight, sir.
How do they drive in England, by the way, with those cockeyed lines running down the street?
Michael Fritz sits the fastest lap of the race right now with a 46.01. And here we're getting cranked up to crazy here. As right now it's Fritz and Lopez on the top outside line leading this piece.
We're going to go on board here with Matthew Burton as he suddenly watches the 58 of Michael Frisch and Jordi Lopez in the 90 get a run on him here on the high side. The question is, do they try to stay up there? They know that they've got all kinds of speed up there, and right now the question becomes, do you bother? Just stay where you're at for the time being, because now as we look back from Lopez, we're going to rotate the camera here, and we can see the 4 there, the 33 of Matthew Burton sliding here on the low side. All of a sudden, Jordi Lopez under attack now from some of his fellow drivers, and this could be trouble if it stays like this.
Yeah, checking in at YouTube.com live chat, Chicken Coop Racing says they still love me, and hashtag haters gonna hate.
Chicken Coop Racing is quite obviously Andrew Teft. Andrew, listen, we love your boy up here. We wouldn't be the team that we are without him, because he is the glue that holds us together. But sometimes on a Saturday afternoon after 4 of these qualifying races, something's got to give. Side by side they go, 2 by 2 onto the arc, please. As Michael Frisch leads the way, we look ahead. We look above at Stephen Miles here in the 100 machine. He's sitting in a line of traffic right now that is just this side of horrifying.
Yeah, and it's for him. There's literally nowhere for him to go, and this is how my ADHD is. I just noticed there's an Uncrustables car to the left.
I saw it too.
And we make fun of my attention span.
Oh, I never claimed to have an attention span. I have the attention span of a spastic squirrel, so paying attention is not the greatest format for me.
Well, here we go. Stephen Miles right in the middle of everything, right next to the 92 of Jacob Fifield. And as we head on in here to Fifield, I think we're going to get a pretty good look here at the double deuce. There's our Smucker's Uncrustable. And right now, Timothy Wheeler holding on for dear life for the time being. We look to the high side, Stephen Miles, that we were just on board with. Everybody keeping it together here as, of course, Timothy Wheeler gives a little bit of a wiggle coming out of turn 4 and crossing the line.
Yeah, right now as we're up here at the front, Jordi Lopez sitting high, white, and handsome, along with Michael Fritz and Frank DeAngelis. That outside line is looking pretty stout right now as the inside line's trying to get organized somewhat.
Yeah, and from each of these races, we've seen that high line work a whole lot better than the inside line, where, you know, years before that inside line was the place to be, but that outside line, especially with this next-gen car, just seems to run faster and hold a better line up there.
I think if you have the right help, you can make that inside line work.
90 stepped out of line, nearly opening up the door for the 58 of Frisch. That took some of their momentum away, but now he's reeled Frisch back in from ahead. And now Frisch giving him the bump down the front stretch that he's so been waiting for as we get ready to dig on in to turn number 1.
Looking back here about the 15th position, Noah Hamilton really not being able to make any moves. Of course, then again, he's waiting probably for a big accident to happen.
Well, I'm not out on the racetrack, so big accidents may be slim and few between here. Whoa, and as I say that, the double deuce of Timothy Wheeler gets loose and now slides behind. Whoa, 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 look at this guy.
Wow, these guys are, just on the north side of insane. As the outside line's going back to work, doing what the outside line does.
And what is it that the outside line does? If it's doing what it does, what do it do?
Well, it's obviously powering past that inside line.
As you say that, all of a sudden the low line just gets one heck of a push here. Matthew Burton getting shoved down the backstretch and into turn number 3. The question is, do they have enough room to get Timothy Wheeler up in front of the 90? Because if they can start to control this race, those top 3 cars right now, whoa, easy, 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 easy. Hey, vey. It was such a shunda. Matthew Burton now holds on to the top spot in the high line, but Jacob Fifield takes over the race lead as he is just ahead of the double deuce of Timothy Wheeler.
Yeah, and that right there shows you that when they get squirrely, 3 wide. When they get squirrely, it shows that they still try to follow the car in front of them. So everybody, what a late block, a 22 block, just like Joey Logano does in real life. Just a tad bit late, almost wrecking himself off the nose there.
Right now, I'm keeping an eye here on the 33 machine of Matthew Burton as he has been trying to slide out of the path of terror, and he's about to get himself right in front of Noah Hamilton, and this is where Hamilton is going to, oh boy, he's right in front of Noah Hamilton. That opens the door to draft Hamilton up to the rear of the 33. As we go 3 wide once again, here comes the 90 sliding back through. That's Jordi Lopez. This is getting more and more dangerous as time goes on here with 14 laps to go.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. As now we got that 023 car is on the outside, and I mean the far outside, and that is Hunter East. Oh,
my.
Someone down there bouncing off the apron. It looks like it was the 43 of... 43 is not listed. I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Oh, you're thinking of 16 of Alex Tefts.
I'll tell you what, I'm getting more and more nervous. These drivers are awful chippy for having 13 laps left.
Yeah, and, so now your top 10 is almost single filed out. And, leading the parade right now is Jordi Lopez in that number 90 car. As the back half of the field trying to get something going to try to catch these the front half of the race right here, and here we go. We're single filed out, and right now Jordi Lopez still setting high, wide, and handsome there in the lead.
That's a term I don't think I use enough. Do you realize that if I was consuming marijuana or THC, I could also be sitting high, wide, and handsome?
I mean, you're sitting high, wide, and handsome in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth.
I'm not high. That's what I'm saying.
We need to test Alan on several different levels.
Whatever it is, he's got it.
My tests say that I am one part of some part of English, hard language, that I am somewhat autistic, and I am even looking at Alan going, huh? No, I'm acoustic.
Oh, acoustic, got it. Brennan Lyman right here in the 19 car, just ahead of Noah Hamilton, who's quietly making his way through the field. He is doing what Apex Motorsports does on a Sunday night in Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series action. These drivers in this league are incredible to watch. And if you get a chance, make sure that you tune in, not this coming Sunday, but the following, as we're still off this Sunday during the Olympic break, if you will. But Brennan Lyman just throws it out of line, and Jordi Lopez maintains his lead up here just ahead of Hunter East, as opposed to Fishing West.
Next time, don't do that while I'm drinking.
Maybe the solution is you should quit drinking.
Well, real friends tell you to keep going, though.
Jordy Lopez leads us down here into turn number 3, followed by Hunter East, Stephen Miles, Frank DeAngelis, Colton Lindauer, Timothy Wheeler, Matthew Burton, Jacob Fifield, Adam Glatfelder, and Alex Teft, your top 10. Let's check in here with Alex Teft in the number 16 Family Dollar Toyota Camry as we come out of turn 4. Nobody coming down pit road yet with now 9 laps to go. Just Lyman, Martinez, and Fennell coming down. The question is, are they too far back where that may be in effect? But coming where they did there on lap number 15, they'll have plenty of fuel to get to the end. Can they maintain that lead once we cycle back? Or are these drivers counting on that late race caution with just a half tank of fuel that they started with?
They got to be counting on that late race caution. As right now, the battle for that last transfer spot is Alex Teft and Kenneth Olive in that number 89 car. But don't count out Noah Hamilton. Noah Hamilton's doing what Apex Motorsports does. Like you said on Sunday night, they're all coming down pit road together. We got the 89 car locking up the brakes. He's going to have trouble getting on the pit road.
And it's a 3-wide battle down pit road. Let's go on board here with Noah Hamilton. He's going to have, oh boy, contact on pit road. Noah Hamilton from Colorado Springs slides into the pit box. He overshot, and now that's going to cost him. It looks like Alex Teft did the same thing just in front of him. Noah Hamilton going to get a splash of fuel and get out around Alex Teft. Smoke as everybody spins the tires coming off. And here comes Noah Hamilton in the 480 off of pit road. Now it's time to see whether or not the men are men or the goats are scared.
Need an arc? I know a guy.
That t-shirt is upstairs, sir.
Well, like that statement, or like a dead horse, he keeps beating it. So,
beat it, Michael, as Jordy Lopez comes back to the race lead. Jordy Lopez is followed by Stephen Miles and Hunter East. These 3 drivers are going to be duking it out for the next handful of laps here as we are 8 laps to go at Daytona International Speedway. You're watching the Stateline Showdown Series, proudly presented by the Army National Guard. We want to thank the Army National Guard for being such an amazing partner in today's event. As we take a look here, I want to thank everybody for tuning in on Twitch and, of course, YouTube.com. And if you're watching over on Twitch, make sure that you get yourself entered into those giveaways. Of course, the sim wheel and pedal set would be exclamation point wheel with a capital W. The shifters is a keyword entry of giveaway, and they're also giving away 4 tickets to Kansas Speedway, 2 sets of 2, using the code exclamation point playoffs. And we just cannot be more thankful for the Army National Guard and their support and their partnership here with the Stateline Showdown Series. Right here on Sim Racing Media, we are proud to be here and proud to be Americans, supporting our veterans every step of the way from the green flag to the checkered flag, right here on Sim Racing Media.
just wanted to also point out that the Logitech shifter giveaway is happening at the end of this race as well. So, and they are saying type giveaway in the chat to enter in Twitch.
So make sure that you all get over there to the Twitch channel, but come on back to YouTube if that's where you're currently at. But you can check all of that out. Chicken Coop Racing says I blew his cover. I know you people. I know. Listen, I'll tell you what. I love hanging out here with you guys. I love hanging out with some of our drivers that now we get to see each other out of our natural habitat. You know, whether it's, you know, Racers Elite Cup Series, we see Noah Hamilton from SNN. You know, we see, and of course, Aaron Mack in the 31 car. I get to see so many of my drivers, and I say my drivers because I care about them that much. I mean, if these guys don't show up to a race that I'm calling, I'm like, well, I got nothing to watch now. My favorite drivers are out. And you know, you don't think when you get involved in sim racing that you're suddenly going to develop favorite drivers like you would in the real world. But you really do the longer that you're involved in this particular activity.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I've found myself in just about every league finding that one or two guys that I like pulling for and, you know, look forward to seeing run.
How about them Cowboys?
Those aren't pillows.
Jeez.
Jordy
Jeez,
Lopez leads us here with 4 laps to go, and I'll tell you what, my broadcast partners Jordan Brockell and Alan Bergen are here along for the ride. And guys, I got to thank you for hanging out because this has been a long day for all 3 of us, and we're still not done yet. After this qualifier, we still have the feature event coming up later this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to. 3 laps to go here, and Jordy Lopez still doing what Jordy Lopez does, and that's leading the race. But now he's got, Miles and Hunter East right behind him, and these guys are not getting away from each other whatsoever.
Jordan, I don't know about you, but if I was down here on the racetrack right now, I think the best driver to be right now would be Miles here running in P2, because if he wants to step out, he's at least got help from East behind him.
Yeah, see, but then I also, because I'm a little bit of a chaotic racer, I would like to be Hunter East as the 100 steps out. I'm just going to pull up to the back of the 90 and then go to his inside or try to split the middle if they give too much room, and ultimately probably end up causing to wreck the 2 of them. But hey, I at least had a possibility of jumping the 2 guys.
Well, you go big or you go home here. And I mean, we see that all the time at Daytona. The popsicle sticks are in the air. We're 2 laps to go. And I got to side with you here, now that you've laid out the logic, Jordan, because, I mean, watching these people go at it the way that they have today, I think we're going to see exactly what you just called right here on Sim Racing Media.
Chaos!
I am an agent of chaos.
But I'm an agent of chaos and want to create more chaos and be that guy. I don't want to be good.
Just remember, the federal government is part of who's sponsoring us today, so we don't want to say anything that could say anarchy in the middle of it.
Every time I hear that word, all I can think of is Talladega Nights. I don't even know what that means, but I love it.
The popsicle sticks are down. The white flag is in the air. We are in the final stretch on the backstretch coming into turn number 3 one last time. Jordy Lopez leads us into turn number 3. All of a sudden, Stephen Miles has to get ready to tighten those hands up on the steering wheels. He now looks to the inside. He looks to the outside. Hunter East is going to go to the outside. Here we go, widening things out. Hunter East pulls dead even and gets P2 away from Stephen Miles as Jordy Lopez wins qualifier number 4 here at Daytona International Speedway. It was a kind of a lackluster finish, but it was as close as it was going to get, wasn't it, Jordan?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, those 3 had that massive 3-car breakaway and made it a race for the 3 of them. And Hunter East didn't take the shot to go around Jordy there, and Hunter said, "I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going to try to go around you at the least." And maybe he thought he could possibly side draft up and get past Jordy Lopez, but Lopez able to keep that ground.
Yes, sir. Well, listen, as we get finished up here, our final result's going to be Jordy Lopez, Hunter East, Stephen Miles, Adam Gladfelder, Frank DeAngelis, Jacob Fifield, Colton Lindauer, Matthew Burton, Timothy Wheeler, and Noah Hamilton rounding out your top 10 who should be transferring onto the feature, which, of course, we will air right here on Sim Racing Media in just a few minutes. Stay with us, folks. Don't go away, as we'll be right back with the finale to our day right here from Daytona International Speedway. You're watching the Stateline Showdown Series, proudly presented by the Army National Guard on Sim Racing Media.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's gonna get a little chaotic, so we're gonna go through what's gonna happen this weekend at this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. Oh, like see a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I can show you. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. That's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second spot, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force it off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
No back into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AR cars here. It's gonna get a little chaotic, so we're gonna go through what's gonna happen this weekend at this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. Oh, like see a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work. Both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I can show you. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, oh, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that, neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnered with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like, I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving our race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage run, and he's still up there, so we're doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with a right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You'd think they'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting themselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And, like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1,500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
laps later. Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Apromitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Hello, my name is Graham Bolin. I'm here with Kansas City Pioneers, reviewing footage from the NASCAR race we did in February in the Army National Guard car. Just telling you what I'm thinking here to help you all for this event on Saturday that Kansas City Pioneers partnered with Army National Guard are putting on. And right here, you just gotta work the side draft game. Like I started P2, side drafted Jordy, have the positive momentum on him. They're building momentum back. I mean, Jordy was really fast race, same thing with the VRS cars. But I don't think they're as fast as us, obviously. We end up wrecking, but it is what it is. Wyatt, my teammate, got P1, and he's in the 20 right now on P6. He just joined the outside row. And, I mean, we were just moving our race, really. Like, Daniel Falkingham has a damage running, and he's still up there, so we're doing pretty good. Right now, we're just kind of side drafting them back with the right rear side draft. That's a big thing a lot of people don't notice. Like, the top is preferred because the right rear side draft is so strong. Left rear side draft is not as strong. You'd think they'd be equal strength, but it is what it is. Really, other than that, you just gotta play the games a little bit with air and kind of make sure you're always going forward, not getting stalled. Right here, they move up ahead of us. They did a good job of kind of countering the right rear side draft and getting themselves clear. And then we start single filing out here. And like, you just gotta work the air, do everything you can to have always positive momentum, and then you'll find yourself up front working to get that 1,500 purse and try to win this Kansas City Pioneers event. It's gonna be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy this, and we'll see you August the 3rd.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic, real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the the stronger we become.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's gonna get a little chaotic, so we're gonna go through what's gonna happen this weekend with this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. See, a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be through right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that, neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
Masker can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
as they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh my
and to
goodness.
the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Apromitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to today's iRacing telecast brought to you live by the Army National Guard. I'm your host, Dave Riegel, and I'm joined by our expert commentators, Jordan Brockel and Alan Bergen. This afternoon, we're in for a thrilling day of sim racing as the world's best virtual drivers compete for the Checkered Flag. The Army National Guard is proud to sponsor this event, and we're excited to see what these drivers can do behind the wheel. As you know, the Army National Guard is made up of citizen soldiers who serve their communities and our country. These men and women are always ready to answer the call, whether it's responding to natural disasters or defending our freedom overseas. This afternoon, we are honoring the Army National Guard by bringing you the best of iRacing. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. And today, we'll be with you every step of the way, from the green flag to the checkered flag, right here on Sim Racing Media. And folks, if you've been riding along with us all afternoon, we thank you for the time that you have been checked in with us. 40 drivers ready to finally hit the racetrack for our featured event here at Daytona International Speedway. Dave Riegel and Alan Bergen alongside of Jordan Brockel, the three of us ready to finally bring you the finale of all the action.
Yeah, looking forward to this, and you know, we're going to see somebody walk away from here with a nice prize win of $550 for first place. So I know these guys are going to have elbows out for at least first, second, and third. 550, 425, 325 for those three positions, as well as fourth and fifth walking away with $125 and $75. So not a bad payday if you're in that top five tonight.
For sure. You know, Jordan, and I've always said this, when you add a little bit of skin in the game, it's a lot different than when you're league racing or if you spend a nice casual afternoon just browser racing. But we got 40, we've run 4 heat races to get to this point, and there is a strong contingent between the Races Elite, Sunday Night NASCAR, and I gotta say, I even got the old seatbelt on for safety today.
Alan's all buckled in, and so are the drivers as qualifying is underway. Right now, sitting P1 is Jacob Wilkerson from earlier today, and he currently sits at 49.75 seconds. Some other big names right now on the racetrack. Christian Light in the 96. Bryce Hunter in the 9 machine. He's out here on the racetrack as well. Kensley Smith in the 99 and Ryan Schwinghammer. All of these drivers underway with their qualifying efforts. 78 degrees in the bleachers here at Daytona International Speedway. 118 degrees the asphalt temperature. So that asphalt temperature going to go up. And, of course, the times are going to rip down because we're going to be ripping around this racetrack faster than you can say the word Daytona. We want to, of course, thank the Army National Guard for everything that they've done for us today. It's been a big day here on the racetrack. Of course, we've featured several of our Army National Guardsmen here on the racetrack. Of course, Sergeant First Class Gregory Burchett. Wow, we can read today. driver the number 42 out of California. Then, of course, Private First Class Spencer Smith, driver the number 56 out of Arizona. Alan Blue driving the number 23 from California, and Aaron Mack out of Fort Riley, Kansas in the 31. And some of these drivers have made it the rest of the way. In fact, I'm looking to see where Aaron Mack may be, and oh no, what if he didn't make it? That's going to break my ever-loving heart. And guys, I don't think he did.
He's still got a few more minutes.
I'm looking here trying to find him, but while you were going about that, I just want to point out we had 3 drivers, not 1, not 2. Oh wow, no, 4. 4 drivers run 49.75s in that in this qualifying so far.
Yeah, 49.75, first of all, we know is a blistering fast lap, but to have 4 of those drivers hit that same time, and then as I look, just to follow your lead here a little bit, a couple of drivers with a 49.76, a handful with 77s, 78s, 80s. There's a lot of drivers that run, they've got to be separated by literally thousandths of a second.
So I'm looking here now at it, and it's actually rounding up on our system. Kevin King ran a 49.747, Wilkerson with a 49.749, Folkingham with a 49.752, and White with a 49.753. And not far behind him, the first 7.6 is a dead-on 7.6. So 5 guys separated by 13 thousandths of a second from first to, what was that, 5th? Yeah.
That's quick to me, that's for sure, as Kevin King sits atop the pile now with a 49.75. And, of course, our feature race here going to be 75 laps long. Driver's going to have half a tank of fuel to get started off here. And then, you have to remember that all of these drivers also ran in their qualifying races to finish in the top 10 in those races. And some of those drivers, they put in all 25 of those laps, and here we are finally in the feature, ready for 75 laps the scheduled distance. Kevin King sits atop the pile. Bryden Lindauer, he's going to be going out for a qualifying run now, and there's only about 90 seconds left in qualifying. He may not make it.
I don't think so, unless he's going to get around this racetrack in 90 seconds.
Looking here, we got a full field of 40, and we're going to see these guys be a little bit different than these the qualifying races we saw earlier. Some of these guys are going to be a little bit touch more, and I say patient, but I know patient's not necessarily the correct word for it. But, see these guys be just a touch bit more patient and kind of work out a strategy before going guns blazing for that $550.
40 drivers scheduled to take the green flag this afternoon. Of course, some giveaways were done over on Twitch. Do we have a confirmation on whether or not those giveaways have been completed yet?
Yes, as far as I've been seeing, it looks like there might be one more. I'm trying to find it here as we're getting blown up here for our chat, and we love to see it. But the giveaways were finished with the final race. I do see some people still typing in giveaway. So there may be still something available. I will definitely look into that a lot more here.
Yeah, just looking out the number of laps to miles. So 75 laps, which is about 100 miles that we're going to travel here today around this 2.5 mile super speedway. And we're going to be on the north side of Insane.
Yeah, the north side of Insane is incredible here at Daytona International Speedway. And I'm telling you guys, it's finally all come down to this, as we've been waiting all day to see the green flag fly.
Yeah, so it all comes down to this. 4 heats, top 10, so we locked in 40 drivers in this field today. And now we're getting ready to get going for 75 laps. And I can't be more than excited to be a part of this broadcast, as I got to listen to the first heat driving home from doing husband things. As I use the air quotes.
And it does seem there is one final giveaway at the end of this race. I have not seen a prompt, but I have seen a lot of people just typing in giveaway.
I believe that would be for the Kansas race. But anyways, we're going to go to the starting lineup.
We're going to get to our starting lineup right now, which is going to be led by Kevin King in the pole position. He's going to be joined in the front row by Jacob Wilkerson. Daniel Falkingham and Parker White going to be in row number 2, while Dylan Dreiling and Eddie Kerner going to be in row number 3. Row 4 featuring Jordy Lopez and Drew Jua as Graham Bolin and Caden Diedrich in row number 5. Francisco Villarreal, he's going to be on the inside of row number 6 with Adam Garza on the outside. Trevor Kratzer and Brendan T. Meal, they're going to be in row number 7, while row 8 going to feature Frank DeAngelis and Adam Gladfelter. Matthew Burton and Brandon Sox in row number 9 with Timothy Wheeler and Nathan Fuller in row number 10. Hutter East and Christian Light in row 11, while Josh McDougall and Matthew Mon going to be in row number 12. Row 13 featuring Cody Workman and Colton Lindauer, while Kensley Smith and Ryan White Desjarnot are going to be in row number 14. Row 15 featuring Brant Banstra and Aiden Schramm, while Brandon Lindauer and Bryce Hutter in row 16. Joseph Hendricks and Ryan Schwinghammer going to be in row 17 with Aaron Smith and Stephen Miles in row 18. And guys, there's still more to come here as Andrew Teft, chief cook and bottle washer of the Racers Elite Series, he's in row 19 alongside of Miles Nelson, with Noah Hamilton from the SNN Cup Series in row number 20 alongside of Logan Joyner, who starts shotgun on the field today in that 40th position. And it looks like Schwinghammer and Joyner are going to be starting from pit road, and that may not be a bad thing for them, as we're expecting to see the heat get turned up to just this side of insane as we work our way down the backstretch into turn number 3.
Yeah, and this is a lot different than what these guys have dealt with in their qualifying races, where the largest qualifying race was about 20 cars. So, that's half of what this field is, and most of the guys in their qualifying races had about 15, between 15 and 20. So, you're doubling that car count, if not a little bit more for some of these guys. So they're going to have to learn to manage and, have a lot of patience here to get through this 75-lap race.
And as we come out of turn number 4, it's finally time to turn them loose here in the feature for the Stateline Showdown Series, brought to you by the Army National Guard. And after all day long, the only thing that's left to do is it's time to wipe the visor and adjust the 5-point harness. Grandma, grab some sunscreen and a Coca-Cola, settle in. Race fans, it's showtime!
I get goosebumps every time you do that, Dave. But right now, Jacob Wilkerson's getting goosebumps as he is leading this field of 40 cars down into turn number 1 and out of turn number 2 and headed down that back straightaway.
Drivers just coming up to speed. We're watching Kevin King in the 29. He's our pole sitter here for the feature as we head into turn 3. And just as we see these drivers work their way on through, all of a sudden we start to see that low line now come together and out of 4 and back onto the front straightaway. Jacob Wilkerson holding the lead right now over Kevin King. The question is, who's it going to be at the line? And it's Wilkerson for lap number 1.
Most definitely is. We got the 29 car of Kevin King and Parker White on the inside. And look, these guys are 2x2, and they're doing it in Noah's Ark style. They're keeping it nice and clean.
Drag racing down the backstretch is Jacob Wilkerson, now alongside with Parker White pushing from behind in the 53. The 98 and the 29 side by side, as now that low line getting a little push here as Daniel Falkingham shoves Kevin King down into the front stretch.
Yeah, and here we go. Oh my goodness. Right now, Kinsley Smith back there in 27th has set the fastest lap of the race with a 44.97. I mean, it's all in the mail of the draft. As right now you're watching these cars thunder down that back straightaway. Kevin King continues to lead this race with Jacob Wilkerson right behind him. And, you know, guys, this is essentially going to be a tug of war match.
Dave Regal, Jordan Brockel, and Alan Bergen with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. We want to thank all of you for joining us today on Twitch and YouTube.com as Kevin King, our race leader for the time being, he hauls it down here through turn 1, and as we make our way out of turn 2, these drivers are cranked up to crazy, hitting the exit now and down the back chute.
Yeah, as you say that here, we got the number 54 car, Daniel Falkingham, who's on that inside line. So far, the outside line has been the dominant line here, as we have just, you know, we're 4 laps into the 75 lap affair, and, you know, no one's really done anything egregious. So right now you got Kevin King. He's going to move to the outside line. Kevin King does. Oh, wow. What a move. And he's going to go to the middle. And he is in the middle of the sandwich as they come screaming down that back straightaway. Right now, Kevin King is riding in that 3rd position on the outside line. Here comes an outside line, and the inside line has got some momentum, Jordan. As we got Kevin King still riding in that 3rd position. The outside line losing steam. Here comes the outside line though. And Dylan Drilling has a full head of steam along with Jordy Lopez. Jordy Lopez won that third heat earlier in the day, and he brought that 54 car Daniel Falkingham with him.
Yeah, and Jordy showed a lot of strength in that first race, being able to hold off 2 cars that were fighting for him at the end of that race there.
As we say that, Kevin King so far riding in P4, and these guys are definitely going to be, you know, dropping back and, you know, not battling too hard as they come down that long back straightaway. And here comes that number 8 car of Adam Garza.
You definitely want to take your time and you know, hang on and not allow yourself to get all worked up about trying to get to the front or, you know, trying to make moves at the current moment. You kind of just want to be able to just kind of let it do its own thing.
Yeah, right now, as you say that, Dylan Drilling is sitting high, wide, and handsome there in that number 83 car. But, you know, right behind him is Jordy Lopez, and I don't want to discount anybody else in the back, as, you know, a lot of these guys are having good runs. Christian Light there in that number 96 car, he's up 3 spots from where he started running P19 right now.
You'll have to forgive us for the connection issues. We're trying to clear that up here, as of course it's not necessarily a connection issue as much as it's a processor issue. We've suddenly discovered that 40 cars on a 2.5 mile super speedway may be just this side of insane for any computer to cover. Doing my best right now to get it stabilized.
Right now we're focused on that 048 car of right now. Graham Bolin is up 2 spots. And Dave.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway. We do apologize for the technical difficulties. Green flag pit stops have completed. We had some major technical difficulties with our computer system that drives this particular engine, and to be completely honest with you folks, here's the deal. We've got 40 cars out here on a 2.5-mile racetrack, and sometimes technology does not want to agree with us. But right now, Daniel Falkingham is our leader, just ahead of Drew Jua. Hutter East running in third, Parker White, Brandon Meal, and Adam Garza, your top 6. And they are all running up here just behind the 40. Whoa, stepping out of line here. And just behind the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson is the 91 of Adam Gladfelder.
Yeah, and watching these guys the entire time, I mean, they're all over the place, finding every little bit of space that they can fit their car, and they're really pushing to get to the front here. And, you know, we saw a couple times 3 wide, we saw a couple massive bumps from people, and, you know, they're really pushing these things all out.
Well, as we're watching Adam Gladfelder right now, and he is in 8th position as these pit stops have cycled through. They're on lap 28.
You see they're going by lap traffic right now. Looks like the 69 car, Frank DeAngelis. And that's going to be something that's going to be tricky as you start to get closer to the end of this thing, where everybody starts ending up going too wide and really pushing the envelope on stuff.
Absolutely, Jordan. And, you know, here, you know, these top 10 guys are only separated by a few tenths, not even a whole second.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only going to get crazier as this goes on, because, you know, they're racing for $550. So I mean, that's not a small chunk of change for, you know, winning this thing.
No, you're not wrong. And as we're watching the 91 car to Gladfelder, got Francisco Villarreal right there behind him in that 9th position, as these guys are definitely single filed out.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to be single file for a tad bit, just to, you know, kind of tick down the laps here and really let the time kind of settle down and get to that point where things get ready to ramp back up.
Daniel Falkingham, your leader right now, and everybody has gone single file at least through these first 11 cars. As we now take a look a little bit further back here, we can see Caden Dietrich running a second group now. So a second pack, a little bit smaller, looks like 6 cars in here. And right in the middle of all of that, we can see the 28 of Nathan Mom. We're going to go on board with him, as we can see right here out of Wilmington, North Carolina, just behind the 48 of Graham Boland. These drivers trying to hold it together and do as much as they can. As long as they can keep it straight, we're going to see them start to slowly creep in on that lead pack, as all of a sudden, riding along with Caden Dietrich, we're starting to see that gap now shrink down to 3.3 seconds between Dietrich and Light.
Yeah, and as these guys get, you know, assembled and, you know, get tighter and tighter, this smaller pack for some reason is going to be able to run those guys down and basically give them a run for their money. As you see, they get a little bit of a wobble there for a moment, but these guys are ultimately staying nose to tail really tightly, and it's going to work out in their favor the longer that they can keep it tight.
Jordan, it just seems like, you know, these drivers, you know, Kevin King right now leading this third grouping. You know, if we want to see any more big pack racing, it's going to wind up having to be a caution. We don't want to see that. You know, these drivers have put a lot of time in. I mean, you know, you and I were just talking while we were sitting here, and I was trying to fix our graphic problems, that, you know, it's been a long day here on the racetrack. I mean, I've been here at the desk since 8:30 this morning trying to get everything just right. And, of course, it had to be a hiccup in the middle of the feature race that nearly destroyed my mind. But, for some of these drivers, they've already put in their 25 laps. And if you were in that fourth qualifier, you don't really get a break. And if you were in that first qualifier, maybe you got a little bit rusty or a little bit complacent before getting in here. So you don't want to see anybody make a mistake, yet at the same time, you know that these drivers are hungry to bring home a win.
Yeah, and for that, like you said, for that first group, they've been hanging out for a while now. And yeah, you can hop up from your simulator and, kind of watch the stream from somewhere else or whatever, to keep your keep and make sure you don't miss anything. But, it's a long day, and your mind has to refocus into a racing mindset as to where, yeah, the guys that raced that fourth qualifier didn't get much of a break, but they still don't have to, refocus into that racing mindset. I kind of think of it as, the couple of times that I've seen in the UFC where, the stoppage isn't for a win, it's for some kind of weird instance that I've seen before, and that fighter thinking that he won has already left his fighting mindset, so then he gets back in, and that's when he gets knocked out. So that's kind of how I feel for those guys that were out here in that first group, second group, is they're that fighter that has to now try to get back in that mindset of racing and get to moving.
Yeah, I can't possibly agree with you anymore. I mean, even for those of us, it kind of takes the wind out of our sails when we have that little bit of a lull. I mean, I know we had quite a long lull between the fourth qualifier and the beginning of the feature race here. And, even now to this point, I mean, here we are, dealing with the technical problems, and that can really take the momentum out of what you're doing.
Oh, 100%. And, it doesn't seem like it's been as long as it has, but, those guys, our broadcast started over 5.5 hours ago. So if you think those guys probably raced that race for about a half hour, it was a clean race. So they've been sitting around for 5 hours, and then you got to jump back in it and take off. And, at least for those other guys, they got to have a little bit of time before actually having to get into a mindset of racing. So some of those guys are in probably about a 3-hour mindset of racing versus the other guys that have been here for 5 hours.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make there. I mean, even for us, I mean, I'm sitting here trying to readjust in the seat. You got to get up and get something to drink, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, because, 5 hours, no matter whether you're in the simulator, in the broadcast booth, or even if you're one of the folks riding along with us here on YouTube or Twitch, I mean, we thank you for all of the time that you've spent with us today. We know that it's been a long day, and of course, the technical difficulties are always enough to make you wind up ready to throw your headset across the room. But, here, 36 laps in the books. We had our green flag pit stops just a few minutes ago on between basically lap 19 and 22. We're going to get ready to see that again in probably about the next 3 to 5 laps.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pivotal one because I don't think these guys will they might have to worry about maybe one more if I'm trying to do my math right. I've been made fun of for my Maryland math. Probably maybe one more stop after that, depending on how long they can actually stretch it. But, every pit stop is going to be a pivotal thing because the minute you're behind, you're going to be begging and praying for some kind of caution because once you're behind the 8-ball, you're dead in the water without any kind of pack.
Yeah, in this generation of Cup cars, I mean, when you get any further than, about 0.7 of a second behind the car in front of you, you're out of their draft. And it used to be, maybe 1.5 seconds or a little bit deeper. But, these cars are so draft dependent that once you fall out of that, it's almost impossible to get back in without some kind of help. And I think that's why as I look here, a little bit behind of where we're looking at here, let's see. Christian Light here in the 96, holding on for dear life at this point, and for all things considered, he doesn't want to see, anybody around him slide off that, let the cheese slide off the cracker. As Bryce Hunter sits here in 9th position with Frank DeAngelis in the 69, he's the one that's in danger of losing any kind of help.
Yeah, and certainly as we've been sitting here, that second group has kind of closed in pretty decently here. I want to say it was around 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds or so like that they've closed down, and they were originally almost 3.5 seconds behind. So this little pack here is absolutely moving. And in my opinion, fast enough that if they truly wanted to, that whole pack could go to the outside and, use that side draft to their advantage to get by that entire larger pack, which is, something that I've enjoyed with this other car is, the pack can be fast, but so can, a bit smaller pack.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, and you're really hitting every talking point that there is about drafting at Daytona. These guys, if they can keep themselves in a nice straight line, I mean, I see a little bit of wiggling here in the middle, and that looks like it's coming from the 28. But, if they can really keep themselves bunched up and just single file, don't move, and everybody hits the same mark at the same time, they're going to make some hay. And, I mean, when we come in for green flag pit stops, assuming that nothing bad happens during the interim, we're going to be looking at another different kind of facing here to this race. And nobody took tires that first time through, as it was only just a few laps. So I think we're going to wind up seeing maybe a couple of drivers opt for the tires.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to, it's not usually necessary to get tires here on the first stop, but as you run on the same set of tires, the percentage may not drop as much as, somewhere that you're turning harder, getting on the brakes and everything like that. But certainly, you wear down these tires and you start to feel a little bit of a weightlessness in the back end, especially on a run as you get closer and closer to the end of a fuel run. That fuel gets taken out and doesn't really have that rear end of the car into the track as much as the beginning of a run. So you start feeling a little bit of a squirreliness as we seem to have that smaller pack come down pit road now of Kevin King, Dreeling, Fuller, Smith, and Miles. They opt to come down now.
Kevin King coming down pit road. Let's see if we're going to maybe see the right sides pop up here. Nope. Kevin King on pit road. Looks like Kensley Smith going to roll off as fast as possible. Timothy Wheeler, he's going to get 4 tires. He starts to spin the rear tires before the car hits the ground and now comes out without any incident. Here comes Daniel Falkingham as we're going to ride on board with him to pit road, getting down to pit road speed. That's 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour. As
you can
Falkingham,
see all 17 of those cars spread out along that entire entrance there, and that's what's terrifying. It goes from just a single file look of a run, and then you see this massive mess of 17 to 18 cars all spreading out into every single lane that they can.
Now I saw Falkingham just took left sides only for Falkingham. So obviously he wants to keep the car tight. If you go right sides only, it's going to loosen up like crazy. So Daniel Falkingham, as he runs off a pit road, followed by the 53 of Parker White, retains the lead for the time being. And Falkingham left sides only on the 54.
Yeah, going to have to look for right here. Oh, you can see a little bit, not too drastic, but a little bit of a slide. Even though he took those lefts to keep it tight on the racetrack, coming off of that pit road down there on that flat apron, it's definitely not going to be a happy right rear tire as you come around there trying to put down as much speed as you can to get off into the backstretch.
Going on board here with Adam Garza, looking from behind, getting the bump from Jordi Lopez. Jordi Lopez all over the rear bumper of Garza. And you almost have to wonder to yourself, is Lopez going to be able to keep it up? And he just gives a little bump through the trioval to Adam Garza. And now Garza and Lopez linked up as Lopez may be sliding back to where Jacob Wilkerson is waiting to give him the next helpful bump. The problem is, with that size of a pack behind Wilkerson, or behind Jordi Lopez, if Garza should start to slide off, or if Lopez should start to slide off, this pack here is coming to Helen at the rear bumper of Jordi Lopez.
Yeah, he's all over the rear bumper there for Wilkerson right now. All over the rear bumper and just shoving the crap out of that 29 of Kevin King.
All of these drivers keeping it together. Obviously, we've gotten the technical difficulties back under control, thank God, as Brandon Sox here in the 312 comes up and brings up the rear of that lead pack. He's about to be joined by Caden Diedrich as we go on board with Diedrich. All of a sudden, Diedrich starting to be able to close that gap between himself and the 312.
Yeah, and you can see all these guys trying to get aligned in a different way. It almost looked like the three Army National Guard cars were trying to get themselves 1, 2, 3. Didn't quite look like it worked out to their favor, but certainly big wobble out of the front 24.
Yeah, without a doubt, that was starting to get a little bit nerve-wracking there for sure. And of course, speaking of the Army National Guard, we want to thank our sponsor, Army National Guard, for providing us with the ability to race together today, and it has just been an absolute joy to work with them. And of course, the guys here in the Stateline Showdown Series live here on Sim Racing Media. You can catch us here on YouTube or over on Twitch. Working lap number 45. We're going to be 30 to go this time by, and National Guard has just been incredible. And of course, the citizen soldiers that keep us free and protected every day absolutely deserve all of the gratitude in the world.
Yeah, and our gratitude is never going to be enough. I mean, we could give and give and give for every day of our life. As it looks like, I can't see what number that is. Got a little squirrely, but back to my point, we can give all the gratitude we want, and I'll never feel like it's enough. But I thank every one of them, of the Army National Guard, as well as every other branch of military, for allowing me and you to be able to sit here and call a race of virtual cars. I mean, if you'd have told me years and years ago that I'd be sitting here watching a virtual race at Daytona, I'd tell you were absolutely crazy. But thanks to everyone that puts their life on the line and have the career that they do, allows me to do this.
To be fair, people still tell me that it's crazy that we watch virtual racing.
I mean, I think it's a wonderful thing, because I watch every bit of real racing in real life, and I even go to the local drag strip and try to get in a car every once in a while. But to add another form of that racing here just fuels that addictive nature of racing.
It really does, and racing in itself is a very addicting sport. The one thing that I'm always very thankful for is that when I get to go to a real racetrack, and it's the one time where when you say the word iRacing to someone, that they don't look at you like, oh, you came on that bus that was special, huh? Like when I'm calling high school football and somebody says to me, hey, you seem to take to this really well, or something to that effect, I tell them, well, I also work 4 nights a week, calling iRacing events and so on and so forth, and they look at you and they kind of look like a reptile. They give you that sideways head look, like, what do you mean virtual racing? What's that? You're not from around here.
I remember reaching out to the marketing department at my work. We make the Elixir guitar strings, and I was like, hey, so I do this thing called iRacing, and I want to make sure that, like, legally I'm okay to put these logos on my car. And they were like, iRacing, what's that? And I sent them pictures, and I think they for a second thought that I was putting on a real car. And I had to explain that, like, it's a virtual racing, and they kept saying, like, oh, like virtual reality? I'm like, no, not virtual reality. Just, I get to pretend to sit in a NASCAR and drive it around the track at 190 mile an hour.
Yeah, I was very fortunate when I got involved in this sport of ours, that at the time my boss just happened to be the guy who got me involved in it. So there was never a question if I was working a broadcast at 1 o'clock in the morning. Like when I first started here at Sim Racing Media, I was working the Western States Racing League, which goes green at 10:20 Eastern, because I just wanted to watch a race, and I wanted to have, I wanted to be here. And, there were nights where I started at 10:20, like I needed to take a power nap because I was up until 1 in the morning. Now here we are on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Daytona Beach, Florida, virtually in Daytona Beach, Florida. I look out the window and it's definitely Norristown, Pennsylvania. But as long as I stay right here focused on the screen, it's still Daytona Beach to me. And, the amount of time and care that iRacing puts into rendering these tracks and to laser scanning literally every inch of the track is incredible. I mean, 25 years ago, now keep in mind I'm 35. 25 years ago, I'm playing NASCAR, EA Sports NASCAR 99 on PS1. thinking that I now have the most advanced piece of equipment on Earth, and it was nothing compared to what we have today.
Yeah, no, and I remember playing those games. You know, they were a little bit older when I got to start playing them and trying to play them, I should say, on the PS1 and later the PS2 for NASCAR 04. But just going around there, I remember, I think it was 99 where it had, what song was it? I can't remember the name of the song. But it's I've been driving down the road and I'm having a disaster.
Yep.
I can imagine doing that, and I believe that for some reason I remember being Dale Earnhardt Sr. on Sonoma. Why? Don't know why I have such a vivid memory, but I do.
I mean, I'll tell you what, here's the thing. I remember NASCAR 99 because he had won Daytona in 1998. He was, you know, part of that opening segment there at the beginning of the game, you know, before you were able to go to the main menu. It was Dale Sr. doing the donuts in the middle of this racetrack here. And, of course, the first full race that I've watched start to finish happened to be in 2001 in February. And as a kid, I was like, oh, wait, like, that's a problem. I didn't understand the gravity until I really got into NASCAR, you know, somewhere around 2001, 2. And I thought, oh, this is a problem. And to this day, you know, I think that the NASCAR virtual world complements the real world very well, and vice versa.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, this stuff, you know, I worked with late model stock cars for a while, and just the sound alone, that it shows how much work they put into it. Just the sound alone when that car hits on the chip and dives into a corner. I mean, it's identical to what I listen to on a weekend basis.
Yeah, it's, I mean, iRacing, I really think, and, you know, NASCAR takes care of, first of all, it's probably the most intimate sport to be between the fan and the athlete themselves. You know, in baseball, they keep you behind a fence and you can wave at your favorite player, but he doesn't care. In NASCAR, if you get your pit pass, you can be right down there in the face of your favorite driver, either giving them hell or shaking their hand. You know, NASCAR does a really good job with the fan interaction, and at the same time takes care of their history. It takes care of, like, it literally curates a sport in real time.
And, you know, another point to that, it's, you know, with iRacing, you know, I've had the chance to race, you know, with some of the you know, our real world racing guys. I just did an event earlier this year where I was following Anthony Alfredo and drafting him and using him, and I was texting my buddy who did some spotter work for him, and I was like, dude, I'm racing with Anthony Alfredo. I got turned by Todd Gilliland at what was it, Homestead, Miami. I got turned by Todd Gilliland, and he ended up going on and winning the race, and I was a little fuming. It took me a little while to get over it and actually be a fan of Todd again. But, you know, it's just you get that chance to be around these guys, too, and interact with them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, in Monday Night NASCAR Xfinity Series action live right here on Sim Racing Media, I've had the pleasure of calling races that had Trevor Bayne, Ricky Carmichael, and currently Parker Retzlaff from the Xfinity Series. You know, and getting to talk to those guys off air, they are just normal people like you and me sitting around in a set of gym shorts and a t-shirt, you know, in the sim. It's really cool to watch. And I mean, you know, without sponsors like, you know, Army National Guard, who have literally kept us here all day, I think that that's just incredible as well, because obviously they see the value in what we do. And we, of course, want to tip our cap to the Army National Guard for, you know, enabling us to do this today, as we are now finally at 20 laps to go here in the feature race in the Stateline Showdown Series. To get back to the race, Daniel Falkingham leading this race right now ahead of Parker White, Adam Garza, Jordy Lopez, and Jacob Wilkerson. That's your top five, and we saw it finally happen where that second group finally got caught up here to the lead pack, and now the gap is between Francisco Villarreal and Graham Bolin, and these two drivers are ready to go at it hammer and tongs when they get near one another.
Yeah, and you can see these guys are really starting to try to bring in that outside line with that small little pack coming up. They're going to try to grab the side draft off that last car there. Oh, no, it actually looks like they're going to move in the line. I thought for a moment they were going to push themselves up there, try to grab a little bit of a side draft from them, and, you know, try to work their way past this pack here.
I think we're going to see a lot of that side draft work, and here they go, stepping to the outside. That's the 48 of Graham Bolin, and he starts to claw his way on by Francisco Villarreal, and he's going to put his sights now on the 70 car of Brandon T. Neal. And, of course, here we are looking at the 40, and the 40 of Brandon, he's got to stay just above Aaron Smith now in that yellow number 70 if he's going to protect that position at all. But right now, 26 cars on the lead lap, 18 laps to go here at Daytona International Speedway. Dave Regal and Jordan Brockel with you here in the broadcast booth. And the Stateline Showdown Series live brought to you by the Army National Guard. We thank everybody for tuning in, making us a part of your day. We do apologize for the earlier technical difficulties during our feature race here. But thankfully, we got everything back together just in time to see a great finish to this finale.
Yeah, we got the band back together and had a great reunion and working on these last couple of laps here. We're going to see some of these guys start to really push some buttons and ruffle some feathers here shortly, as it looks like, someone made a late jump there. It looks like the 40 car of Himmel jumping up in front of the 48 of Bolin. Saw that the momentum that they were carrying, and he's going to pull them along.
Here comes Emil here in the 40. He's going to lead that charge just ahead of Graham Bolin. We're going to go on board with Bolin here. And I love the back graphic here on the 40. Oh, yeah! As wow, the 90 of Jordi Lopez just slid right in front of Emil and took a lot of that steam away. Now Emil all over the back bumper of Jordi Lopez. As we zoom things out here to the blimp cam, we can see Emil now chasing down Jordi Lopez, trying to put the chrome horn to him and keep him moving forward so that they don't lose any of this momentum.
Yeah, and Jordi, just like not say that last name, Emil, jumping up at the last possible second just to get that shove, and that shove allows you to bump out a little further, and then they just kind of pull with you and then can push you all the way up here, as it looks like Daniel Falkingham's going to get a little bit out there. It's going to allow the 90 to get shoved way past him here in a moment.
Near disaster avoided now as Jordi Lopez is pushed out to be the race leader. He has Brandon Emil in the 40 to thank for that, as Graham Bolin in the 48 now leads the next pack here, as he's going to be able to slide up just in front of the 54 if he wants to. And moving down on the racetrack is the 312 of Brandon Sox. We have green flag pit stops underway, as it's going to bring down Dylan Dreiling, Matthew Burton, Nathan Mon, Hunter East, Kensley Smith, Stephen Miles, Cody Workman, and about 3 other drivers, as they have all come down pit road. And here comes the technical difficulties again. It's like a gremlin. We're going to have to work through this, folks, as we're going to have to get back back underway. The computer's trying to draw too many things in too many different places. So while we wait for that to calm down, we're going to step aside and pay some bills here on Sim Racing Media. I'm Dave Regal, he's Jordan Brockel, and this is the Stateline Showdown.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Yo, what's going on? So we are at Daytona Motor Speedway here with our new Army National Guard paint scheme, racing with the AI cars here. It's going to get a little chaotic, so we're going to go through what's going to happen this weekend with this event that the Army National Guard is going on. Make sure you sign up today. It's $1,500 prize pool. See a bad like that could happen. So both lanes will work, both the top, the bottom, the middle, everything will work. It'll be really just about pushing someone and then really showing like each way around the track. So like I'm shoving this guy, shoving him, and I got to his inside there. Oh, he didn't let me see close to the door. But it's just AI cars. But which is really true. You can run the top here like you see. Side draft. It's really about keeping that momentum and keeping your lane and going forward. I can show you. I'm gonna show you numerous things that happen. You could also be 3 right on the top here, and then you could also get wrecked. Be a bad thing here. So as you can see, you get turned, and then I get really turned in the middle. In fact, the big one, I saved it. Look at that neat little save in this National Guard scheme. So yeah, so saving the car is one thing, and then really testing the waters here. So another thing that could happen is the big one, which really could upset your race. Again, the car in front of you gets turned, horrendous accident, and the whole field behind him is dead. Another thing to be looking at is if the cars get spread out, and you get like single file racing here, which like how you can see here, single file racing, and you just gotta really work together to get back to the pack. And that's really might just happen this weekend. So let's see who wins it, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway and the Stateline Showdown Series presented by the Army National Guard. Dave Regal and Jordan Brockell with you here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. Adam Garza leads the way ahead of Parker White. Green flag pit stops completed once again. We had to step away and let the computer slow itself back down, as Garza right now is leading Parker White and Jacob Wilkerson. Sliding out to the outside is Aaron Smith, who of course has been hoping for a caution, but we here up at the broadcast booth, we're hoping for a green flag race for more reasons than one. First of all, we just realized that, through all of those qualifying races, we've been here with you from the green flag and now working our way to 8 laps away from the final checkered flag of the day. And these drivers are exhausted. I know your broadcasters are getting exhausted, and Adam Garza is now the Pied Piper of Daytona International Speedway. As he crosses the line, we're 7 laps to go, and they work their way past the deuce that, of course, is down a lap.
Racking to be at the front of this with just a handful of laps left to go, because now you're the guy that everyone's chasing, literally, and, you got to try to, 1, keep your composure, and 2, later, try to keep the lead.
7 laps to go, and Adam Garza has the 8 up front. This just feels good right now because there's a 12-year-old boy inside of me screaming hysterically that Dale Jr. is leading as the 8 car is up front, with now Parker White in the 53 trailing, the 43 running in 3rd position. And I'll tell you what, all we need right now, as I'm looking here at these numbers on top of the cars, the 24, the 43, and the 8, all we really need right now is the 3 car, and my day is done. You'll find me unconscious somewhere in a corner after this race.
Yeah, no, my thing with how I feel, with only doing 2 races a week and not the full amount that you do, I always find myself wanting another one, just one extra one that I can talk the wife into.
Tell the wife that I begged hysterically and that I need help because I'm deranged.
Well, you would have been deranged even if you weren't streaming any of these races.
You got to understand, I mean, the first 3 races of my work week are all 100% length. So I've done 500 laps at Martinsville, and I've done 200 laps here at Daytona. And it gets exhausting, especially at the Cup level. Then, of course, Thursday nights are kind of my fun nights where I get to race with I get to watch the Racers Elite Cup Series. And I'll tell you what, folks, it's a joy to tune in on a Thursday night just because those guys are just that good. I've watched them go flag to flag at places like Talladega with no issues, no fighting. Race radio was silent.
Yeah, and I'm starting to look here. I just realized that I don't know what happened to the 54 of Daniel Falkingham and that group. They fell so far behind it. I believe Falkingham is actually sitting in front of these guys right now, almost going down a lap. Yeah, if you look out there up in front, they're just ahead of this front pack group, but yet they pitted earlier than that.
Well, perhaps the hope there is that they came down on lap 61, that, maybe they were trying to get a little bit of a run on them, but it looks like that may have backfired, as Garza might have stayed out for 2 extra laps, and he did. Garza stayed out for 2 extra laps, and that was enough to make up the distance.
And it made up a ton of distance, as they're sitting about 45 seconds on track behind the leader of Garza.
Well, I've always been fascinated with the math that goes into NASCAR. I mean, maybe it's just because I have a thing for baseball, so that keeps me entertained, stat-wise. But, here in the Stateline Showdown Series, I mean, these drivers have absolutely surprised us, with their pit strategies now, because basically what they did was they flipped the field. They did it successfully, and they did it cleanly. We're 3 laps to go here at Daytona.
Yeah, and that's, that 3 laps could easily become what I like to call bonus racing that we didn't pay for, and get some overtime here, because these guys are going to get elbows out. As I see smoke just a touch, could have been losing my mind a little bit. But, there's always that possibility of extra racing.
Well, let's hope they can do this in regular time, that's for sure, as Adam Garza comes back to the start-finish line. For the final time today, the popsicle sticks are in the air. We're 2 laps to go.
And that's going to feel like an eternity for the 8 of Garza, as he's got to make sure that he can be ready for anything at any time, because, from here to the checkered flag, these guys are going to be debating if they want to go now or if they want to go later. And he's going to have to decide if it's worth it to block whoever tries to go now or stay in line. So it's going to be tough. And then also this lap traffic that they're coming up on is going to be a little bit of a game changer.
Well, the game changer may benefit Adam Garza if he can get into the draft of those lap cars in front of him. That may be enough to tow him around, but take a look at Parker White here in the 53. As we come back to the start-finish line, the popsicle sticks go down, the white flag is in the air, and we're racing back to checkers. Let's watch.
Somebody,
go ahead.
I was like, somebody's going to leave here $550 richer, and certainly finishing second, third, fourth, or fifth is not going to be sad in any way either. But $550 on the line here as they drive down the backstretch. Garza using the 96 as a pick.
Talk about a pick. Now, what that did was it just hung Adam Garza out to dry. If the 43 and the 53 can keep it together, they're going to be all right getting around Garza. And all of a sudden, the 53 has a run on Garza coming into turn number 3. Oh, good God. This is not the time.
This is not over.
Adam Garza, side by side, they come to the line. Garza gets tied. Jacob Wilkerson drives the 43 to the victory in a surprise move at the very end of the Stateline Showdown Series race at Daytona International Speedway. All of a sudden, Adam Garza got turned around by Parker White. Parker White quickly jumps to the pits, And Jacob Wilkerson gets the 43, I've never called this, gets the 43 STP car into victory lane at Daytona International Speedway.
And I cannot even slightly begin to tell you how massive the goosebumps popped up on my arm just seeing that all unfold. And I mean, they're still going. I still can't get them to stop because, I mean, that's just a thrilling finish there to see. And, you know, for Jacob Wilkerson, he just decided he was thinking, like, whatever they do is going to decide where I finish. And certainly that's what he saw, is those two take each other out, and he comes through $550 richer. And then Diedrich's going to find himself with a nice little payout of $425.
I have never gotten to call a race that ended with the number 43 Petty Blue STP machine in victory lane, but here we are, as now he's going to pull himself a Lightning McQueen and try to get old Doc Hudson off the infield. He said, "Get out of here. This is my time to burn." What a fantastic finish to this race, my friend. It's been a long day that we've spent together, and the 43 comes to victory lane at Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, and honestly, that was worth the price of admission if we had to pay for admission to it. Simply just with that ending there, I mean, the whole 6 hours came down to that right there. These guys raced all day long and, you know, certainly put on a show, especially right there to the line.
It has been a long day of racing here, folks, both on YouTube and Twitch, and we want to thank all of you for joining us as we get to watch a fantastic performance as Jacob Wilkerson burns down the house, $550 richer, as Jordan just mentioned. The man in the stand is still up there. He's ready to drop that checkered flag on down to Wilkerson's windshield. And I'll tell you what, Jordan, this has been a pleasure to sit with you all day. I literally do not. I think you and Tony Trapasso are the only ones that I've ever spent this much time in the booth with.
Yeah, and certainly this is, you know, in such a short career with broadcasting in general, it is certainly the longest time that I've spent on a broadcast as well as with anyone on a broadcast, and none other than Dave Regal is one of the greatest to be a part of. Simply just the energy and everything with you makes everything more enjoyable.
Buddy, I'm excited just to sit up here with a microphone in front of my face. It's a childhood dream to get to do what we do every day, or at least 4 out of 7 days, and here we are with 5. And the Stateline Showdown Series presented by the Army National Guard did not disappoint today here at Daytona International Speedway. I mean, holy Christmas, what a day we just had here at Daytona as we take one final look at our results here. I don't see our race winner in Discord over there, so this may be all we see of these drivers. So bringing home the checkered flag is Jacob Wilkerson, and $550 richer he is. Caden Diedrich finishes in second on the podium, with Parker White bringing up that third step. Adam Garza and Drew Jua round out your top 5, while Brendan T. Meal finishes in 6th. Francisco Villarreal finishes in 7th, with Adam Gladfelder in 8th position. Jordy Lopez and Dylan Dreiling make up the remainder of your top 10, while 11th position goes to Stephen Miles. Kensley Smith in the 99. It seems so hard to say that he's not in the 15. He finishes in 12th position, with Nathan Mon just behind in 13th. Matthew Burton and Graham Boland both finished 14th and 15th, while Aiden Schramm and Daniel Falkingham, who led this race for a good bit of time, finishes in 17th. Eddie Kerner and Cody Workman come home in 18th and 19th, while rounding out the top 20 is Braden Lindhauer.
Hunter East comes 21st. Brandon Sox comes 22nd. Christian Light and Trevor Kratzer come 23rd and 24th. Aaron Smith comes 25th. Joshua McDougall comes 26th, followed by Colton Lindauer and Kevin King in 27th and 28th. 29th is going to be Timothy Wheeler and Nathan Fuller in 30th. Bryce Hunter and Frank DeAngelis coming 31st and 32nd. Andrew Teff 33rd. Miles Nelson 34th. Ryan White Desjarnet in 35th. Brant Banstra in 36th. 37th is Joseph Hendricks. Noah Hamilton in 38th. Ryan Schwinghammer and Logan Joyner rounding out the field in 39th and 40th, who look like they did not start the race today.
No, it appears that they didn't take the start. Noah Hamilton out of the Apex Motorsport Alliance, he was my early pick to bring home the checkered flag, and he disappointed me today. I'm sure that I'll get some messages from him later on in Discord. But, folks, what a day we have had right here as the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson comes home with the checkered flag. And what an amazing show that these drivers have put on. We've been at it since breakfast this morning. It's now dinner here on the East Coast, and we want to thank all of you for being along every step of the way. As here I quick get a, okay, they do have a couple of interviews that perhaps we can get them for. Let me see if I can find them. Give me 1 second, and I will be right back, folks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As we relocate ourselves into the Pioneers Discord, let me see if I can get a hold of these drivers. Popping in right now is our race winner, Jacob Wilkerson. Jacob, it's Dave and Jordan up in the broadcast booth. You get a copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Buddy, listen, fantastic finish to today's race. I mean, holy crap. You surprised everybody. And for all intents and purposes, you got the 43 of Richard Petty back into victory lane at Daytona.
Yes, man. Both me and Garza, we were working together the whole race. I'm surprised this race went green flag the entire time. Like, we didn't have any yellows or any wrecks at all. Like, which was exactly what we needed. Like, after the first green flag pit stop, and I just wanted this race to go green, because knowing if we had a yellow and stacked the whole field back up, this race would have probably been more chaotic. But glad I got to race Caden, Garza, White, Daniel, all those guys up front, and this race was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, the race looked fun from start to finish. We apologized earlier for some technical difficulties that we had in the earlier portion of the race as computers decided that they wanted to get nauseous and throw up all over the place. But, man, I mean, you exhibited a lot of patience, especially here in the closing laps of this piece. I mean, how much does patience come into play when you're at a place like Daytona and all of that money is on the line?
Oh, yeah. Like, for these super speedways, patience is key here. You don't want to be leading on the last lap. Like, I already knew from the start of the white flag that was in a perfect spot to win this race, because knowing that Parker's going to make a move, I knew he was going to make his move out on the exit of turn 4, and Garza was going to block it, which I think they got stuck together when they hit, and it just shot them both into the wall, and I just took it to the bottom and came out the winner.
You sure did. Well, listen, before we cut you loose, who do you need to thank and who helped you get it done here on the 43 team tonight?
Yeah, man. Thanks to everybody at home watching. Thanks to you guys for putting this event together. Thanks to Garza for working with me, Caden as well. This one is for Team Paintbrush Racing, PBR. Shout out to Zach Todriff, my team owner. Storm Sim Performance, my Road to Pro sponsor, and yeah, fun race.
All right, my man. Well, listen, congratulations once again. Don't spend all that money in one place, and we hope to see you soon here on Sim Racing Media.
Thank you.
And Jordan, I believe that we're going to have one more interview. They're working on sending him over here, and here he is. Hey, Caden, it's Dave and Jordan up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Caden, listen, great finish today. I mean, Jordan, take it away.
Oh, I was just going to say, you're sitting there riding behind everybody there, and you see Parker White and Adam Garza, kind of get into it, and like what goes through your mind as you're coming to that checkered flag there?
I didn't even know it was going to happen, honestly. I was content with fourth. I was completely fine getting 150 and just riding, but honestly, a great race green the whole way. Got to give a shout out to EPI. Yeah, it was great. Big shout out to Graham Bowen as well. In the second pit stop, I was like 4 seconds behind the pack. He helped me get all the way back up to the pack, which gave me a chance. A huge shout out to him. Hate what happened to him, but that was all around a really fun race. And oh man, that was just so much fun though.
Yeah, I can attest that it's probably felt like a very long day as well. 75 laps here, and as well as 25 laps earlier in one of the qualifying races. You're just kind of hanging around for 6 hours of the day, just waiting to get to this feature. And like you said, you go from the 150 to $425. So that's certainly got to be a good payday and feel really good.
It definitely does. I learned about this event when the NASCAR manager reached out to one of my buddies in a Twitch chat. So that's how I learned about the event. I was like, oh, I'll just do this for fun, and I ended up winning 425 from it. So can't really ask for much more. That was really fun time, really good race, really good event. So
Yeah,
it's great.
certainly 425 has got a good ring to it, especially for something like iRacing, where we get to just live out basically a childhood dream and race it, Daytona. But certainly it takes a lot to get to here, and some help. So is there anybody that you want to thank and shout out to?
Yeah, just once again, raceepi.com, Elite Performance Industries for helping me out, get better at the game. Once again, Graham Bowen for helping me catch the pack, and that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, it's just insane. I'm still just in a state of shock that I was like 5 seconds behind the pack, thought I had no chance, and ended up finishing second. Just great event, great race.
Well, certainly go ahead and give yourself a pinch because it is real, and you are, the second place finisher here, getting a nice little payday, and congratulations on that, brother.
Appreciate your great broadcast, great race, guys. It was fun.
Thank you, sir, Caden. And I'll tell you what, folks, it has been an incredible day here at Daytona International Speedway. Long, but rewarding, especially for these guys who got in the money, so to speak. So for myself, Dave Regal, and my broadcast partner, Jordan Brockell, we're going to take ourselves a big old break here for the rest of the night. It has been a long day in the broadcast booth, but we thank all of you for tuning in. We thank, everybody who helped put this together here at Sim Racing Media. Of course, the Army National Guard, our proud sponsor, and of course, the Stateline Showdown Series, because these guys put on one heck of a show all day long. From the AM to the PM, from the green flag to the checkered flag, these guys got it done. So we thank all of you for tuning in, both on Twitch and over here on YouTube, for making us a part of your day, wherever you may be and however you may be listening. And tomorrow and every day as you walk down the road of life, please don't play in traffic. Good night, everybody.